Okay. Okay. What's going on? Hey, send them over there. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. We got him. We got the tater. Folks, are you ready? Can I get some fucking slugs in chat? Can I get some sluggos and El Cheto? Some sluggos and El Cheto. Folks, are you ready for another episode of Westside Tyler Live? There we go. Folks, welcome, like I was saying, to another episode of Westside Tyler Live. Now with 100% more FBI visits. Oh man, folks, welcome everybody welcome to a very special episode of Westside Tyler Live. It's a special episode. You're watching Westside Tyler Live, the internet's best arts, culture, and politics live stream, coming to you irregularly from Lexington, Kentucky. I'm Tyler Bell. I'm that guy. I'm him. Okay, I'm him. And we got a very special episode coming up for you. I got visited by the FBI today. I knew it was a matter of time. And my thing was always just going to be, what is it for? We can hop straight into it. So if you don't know a little bit about me, we got 241 today. I'm going to fucking milk the shit out of this whole 15 minutes I spent on my porch today. If you don't know me, my name's Tyler Bell. I'm I don't know. I guess if fucking Hassan Piker can call himself a journalist, I am the head of the Internet Press Corps. I'm a YouTube creator. I am a former Marine infantry combat veteran. I'm almost 40. I've been around for a minute, and I do a live stream here. I say spicy shit on the internet, for shits, for giggles, and for gold. And my shit posting has caught up with me, I guess. It's been a crazy few years since I started the stream. I've always in my mind kind of thought myself as being just me on screen, which I do. And I kind of always knew that eventually, it really, whenever you talk about anything, eventually you wind up talking to the feds. So today around, I don't know, maybe an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago, I got a visit from the FBI. The FBI showed up and said, hey, howdy, howdy. I have to say, you're not going to see Sweet Cheeks on stream. We got raided. Sweet Cheeks has been confiscated. I was not allowed to have a Sweet Cheeks. Apparently, my license was out of sight. So Sweet Cheeks has been confiscated for now. But if this treat meter right here gets up to 100, and I have been traumatized by this. I'm so traumatized, I'm destroyed. So the only way to help me is to give me some donuts. Second happened, I was like, I'm gonna milk the fuck out of this one. We're gonna do a regular show today, but I'll tell you guys about the FBI thing first, because I hate having to scroll through 2 fucking hours of nonsense to get to somebody finally explaining what the fuck the stream was about. Welcome to the Westside, buddy. So yeah, it was actually a very busy morning for us. We've been renovating my kitchen for 2 years now. Actually, just like 2 weeks, but it's felt like it's fucking forever. I was sick all last week, and then like they kind of finished up most of the preemptive stuff, putting the kitchen together in there kind of deal. And then the cabinets were not supposed to be delivered to our house. They're supposed to be delivered to our contractor's home, basically, because he's got like a home business. And they showed up at our house anyway, completely unexpected. And the cabinets came on full fucking pallets on a whole ass semi-truck. And I do not live in a good enough neighborhood in Lexington where they've actually plowed this fucking thing clean. And so we had a semi-truck out in front of our house for forever. Semi-truck driver comes, what the hell's going on? Hey, I've got all this shit. So traffic is getting fucking backed up, and our neighbor that lives across the street's coming out. What the fuck is happening over here? What the fuck is going on? What the fuck? You know, that kind of shit. All that's going on. We got to get our contractor here. Our contractor shows up finally, and we got to let him in, and he's got to go in with his dudes. They flew from a different work site to come get all of these cabinets, which are huge. Cabinets are not small unless if you've never seen them off of a wall. Once you see them, like, that fucking big. You can't get them, you can't carry them by yourself. They're just literally too cumbersome. And so they come, they get all this stuff off, and that's a whole thing. And it's just everybody's bustling around in the morning. And so the fucking semi truck finally goes, and I hear dun 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 on my front door. I'm like, oh god damn it, fucking Jesus Christ, can a man not take a shit in this world? No, that was earlier. And I go outside, and the dude's standing there, and he's just dressed like I don't know, just kind of like any fucking random blue collar adjacent type guy, right? You know, when like white collar dudes sort of dress blue collary. He looked like a fucking I don't know, woodshop professor. And he's like, "Hey, bud, my name is," and I'm not gonna say the guy's name. I'll leave him out of it for my own safety. Also, because I can't remember. I'm from the FBI field office here in Lexington, Kentucky, and I just needed we're checking up on you. And he flipped the badge out, and I'm like, damn it, here it is. We finally got it. We finally got one. and he's like, you can hold on to that. You can look it over. And he had like the cleanest Tahoe in all of the cleanest truck in all of fucking Lexington out front. I'm like, damn, dude, what the fuck? Did you spick and span that thing down just to drive over to my house? Because everything else is covered in salt. So you're the only clean car on earth. Very Fed coated. The Fed. Oh. T-shirt and jeans. Nobody's wearing a t-shirt and jeans right now where I am. No, he had I think he was wearing a scarf. Actually, he's wearing like a knit scarf. Like rough spun knit scarf. And so I ended up talking to the guy for a while, and he's like, "Oh, it's pretty cold." I answered in my socks, and I stepped outside because I thought he was like, I don't know, Jehovah's Witness type shit. I don't know. We got all kinds of people come around my neighborhood, and he's like, "Oh, it's cold. You want to go inside?" And I was like, "Nope." I will stand out here in my socks. We can have this conversation on my front porch in fucking 5-degree weather. That's fine, and I am fine. I've been through way worse, but. God damn it. I hurt my back last night a little bit. I sprained it a touch trying to fucking drill through brick, which was going to be the next joking title for a stream. So I'm also like, it's just a little bit of a pain in the ass for me to stand up right now because I pulled a muscle in my mid back. Not bad, just like a little bit. So I got a twinge. You got a twinge. So I'm talking to this guy. And he's like, so we got a report. We got reports on you. You've been reported. Oh, fuck. It's a little bit different when you get the YouTube notif, okay? He called it your YouTube page. I got the distinct impression right off rip that he did not take the whole situation seriously. He was like, your YouTube page has, someone told us that it's been getting a little radical. What did he say? You've been increasing the rhetoric or something like that since. hold on. Let me rewind it. Hi, yeah. He's like, I'm from the FBI. Here's the badge. And then basically what he said was like, so we got a report. We got a call about you, saying that, and would you say that your rhetoric has increased since 2024? And he's like, and a lot of people have. And I was like, that's a weird thing to say. I was like, oh, since the election? And that was a weird statement. I was laughing the whole time. Understand? Like, I wasn't like at parade rest or anything. I was like, this is fucking awesome. Best day of my life. I'm like, I'm going to milk the fuck out of this visit. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Talking to the feds is always way easier than talking to like cops. The feds just don't. Feds are all have like a future. Unlike cops are done. Every cop knows that where they're going to end up at the height of copdom. But every Fed knows that something can happen, and then they get to go and be on Discovery Channel talking about they found the fucking, the East Side plane hijacker or some shit. They're always, they don't give a fuck about penny ante shit. So this dude was probably actually, he's professional. He was probably actually fucking pissed. He's got to go check up on a YouTuber today. I've got to go check the West Side Tyler Bell. It's not even on the west side of the city. What the fuck is this? So he's talking to me, have you increased the rhetoric since 2024? And I'm telling him, I'm like, I would have to say I'm pretty much been the same idiot my entire life. I was like, I couldn't even understand what the fuck he was talking about since 2024, the election. And it's like, no. For better or worse, however you feel about it, I've been the same guy the whole time. And I've since called some of my journalists, or at least one of my journalism friends, and told them about this. And they were like, wow, what the fuck, dude? I know. And then it was awesome, dude. He kind of flexed on me. He's like, I was here a little while ago, and you were shoveling snow in your driveway, and I didn't come say hi to you because that just looks like some intense work. I was like, oh, that's cool. You just told me you're surveilling me without really telling me. That's fucking sick. That's sick. Oh my god. And dude, I was sick too. So I've been so fucking boogered up, man, that I count my cars on my street all the time. It's just a precaution against like getting robbed. You know what I mean? I always have I have a running tally of all the cars that are like within eye shot in my neighborhood generally. And then I didn't even notice, and I'm pissed because I was out there shoveling snow while I was sick. So he had a perfect time. I got soup. That's the only, if they actually wanted to kill you, they'd have killed me. I'm fucked. God damn it. Always you can't be 24/7 on the surveillance. But he was like, yeah, we've been lightly letting me know we've been checking you out. Like, okay, cool. I don't mind. I don't give a shit about that. I know other people get freaked out about it, but like that's what the feds get paid for, right? They go check that weird shit out, and then they go and they're like, okay, no, this is stupid as fuck. Why am I here? He probably got a fucking burger. Do you know what I mean? There's like a million taco trucks and shit around us. Maybe he got some nice like fucking Honduran food or something from one of the places nearby. And he just sat there watching me trying to fucking chop this fucking 8-inch ice sheet that are fucking all over my goddamn driveway. Unsuccessfully, I might add. God, that's so fucking funny to me. Maybe he thought he was like, oh fuck, this is the day. They show up. He's like, damn, a semi-truck showed up. Ooh, howdy. You know what I mean? People love a delivery when they're in surveillance. The surveillance people love a delivery. And then it was like, he gets his little notebook out. He's starting down in line. Ooh, shit. Oh, there's some fucking Latino guys over there. Oh my goodness gracious. Look at this. And then they start carrying out cabinets. They're marked cabinets. He's like, fuck. God, fuck. We were talking out there, and he was hipping me. He's like, look, he's trying to really hammer home. I don't think this is my impression, but I think he was trying to kind of hammer home where he was like, I don't care. Like, I wasted so much time talking to you, but don't fuck up type deal. He said, how do you phrase it? He said, I was watching you do it. That's a pretty hard work. You don't seem like a bad guy. Do you love your country? Like, fuck yeah, I love my country. That's what I get in trouble for. If there's anything I get in trouble for amongst my peers on the internet, it's that I love my country. All my shit is always like, I fucking love America, but we got some issues as leftists, yada yada yada. It's very fucking funny to me. I don't know who. If I had to guess, I got reported for the Charlie Kirk video, right? Maybe, who the fuck knows? It would be fucking hilarious. Part of me wanted to turn it into a bit where he was just going to be like, we've gotten reports. I don't know if you've seen this tweet from Hassan Piker that he was responding to somebody who said he looked like a clown. dressed up in a maid costume, and Hassan Piker responded that your own mother would beat you to death with hammers in order to fuck me wearing this. And you responded, "Lol, gross to this." Sir, do you harbor any ill feelings to Mr. Parker? To Mr. Parker? That'd be fucking hilarious. He still says the name wrong. Mr. Piker. Mr. Piker, hello. Mr. Piker, hello. But I was like, yeah, man, dude. I was like, I'm a combat veteran. I told him, like, you're not the first FBI agent I've talked to. I don't give a shit. I'm probably cheesing the whole time, laughing my ass off. I go back in and talk to my wife. She's like, who the fuck was that you were talking to? I was like, oh, it's the FBI. Oh my God. Yeah, the fucking FBI was out there. She's like, are you serious? Like, yeah, he just fucking said he said that my content's not intense enough for him to have watched it. I think really the coldest part of the visit by far was the strong implication that I was a waste of time. Just an absolute fucking waste of time. Oh my God. And actually, I haven't double checked. He might not be an actual FBI agent. I still got to call down to the field office and double check his name against the roster and just be like, hey, this is your guy, right? He came by and visited me. I'm just making sure he's real. Been sick for a week and a half. Oh my God. Checked up on Homegrown Radical. Tyler Bell. Oh, he's on our radar. He's a bad hombre. He's a bad hombre. I don't like him. If Donald Trump ever starts arresting people for impressions, I'm probably going into fucking, they're going to get me. That's the day. Seize his hard drive. No, don't look. You fucking pop it open. There's me practicing for like 100 hours and 10,000 hours of fucking Trump impression practice. Oh, what did wife side Tyler said? She told me to stop being fucking stupid and saying dumb shit on the internet, which she does whether the FBI visit or not. She says you're wasting your time with politics and you're too good for this. You should make horror movies. And I'm like, I know. All right. I have promised some certain amounts of content first, though, so I've got to get all that out of the way. But I got his card. He's like, now that we've met, you ever want to tell me anything, I'll let you know. And also, like, if we find out, I think he said, if we find out anyone's going to kill you, we'll tell you. He said, I think it's because I'm big enough, too. That's what happened. That was my true 35,000 subscriber special. By the way, we crossed 35K. We've been growing so fast, I just stopped caring about all of my increments as much. But we passed 35K, and I guess that's the true 35K follower special, is you get there, and then the FBI comes and they're like, hey, man, what's up? But if so, like, you got my card, if anyone ever threatens you, you can hit me up. Okay. If we get any credible threats against you, we'll let you know. All right. Fucking sick. Was it not the case before? Oh my God. Did the FBI give you the flu? It might have been. They might have gotten me. They might. I didn't even notice. He was just out there the first time, right before I got sick. He was with he got the blowgun. What was that? What the fuck was that? Ugh. The next day I got the flu. Yeah, they see me running in. I'm going and buying some like McDonald's or some shit. The FBI agent goes into the front door. He runs through the kitchen. FBI. It coughs on one of the burgers and puts it. You go ahead and you put that in car 3. Oh man, I'm trying to push the whole story out as far as it goes, but that's about it. That's the whole thing. I mean, I guess I could talk about talking to feds. I got nothing else after that. It's very funny, but he drove away in the world's cleanest fucking sedan. got the same cars my fucking neighbor does, but my neighbor's is filthy and still in the driveway. God damn. What to say? I think how I handled it is probably how you should always handle it. I mean, you don't offer up any like non-public information about yourself ever kind of deal. You know, don't be like, well, I think I may have committed some crimes. Is usually what people mean by that. Yeah. Maybe I fucked up. I don't know. They might be back later with an arrest warrant for me. I don't know for what. I'm simultaneously uncareful with the things I say, but I also kind of just know where the limits are. So I kind of just play within a field. You know what I mean? Where I'm very comfortable. I think it comes back to a lot of the things that I say over and over and over again, which is I'll talk shit and I'll talk about like violence and all that kind of nonsense. But I always say this, like, no one can do that on my behalf. I don't want anyone to do that. I don't want anyone to think of ever doing it. I don't think that you should ever go and hurt someone else, especially over something that a YouTuber says. It's stupid as fuck. I think that's dumb. I would never ask someone else to do something I wouldn't just do myself. And if I'm not going to do it, you don't need to, because you're probably not capable of doing something, and you look like an idiot, and you probably hurt some innocent people. That's like my thing with ever even talking about like political violence and shit. But I always thought it's okay to talk about it. I mean, it's an aspect of culture. It's an aspect. If you don't ever talk about it, then people will just eventually start doing it anyway. You know what I mean? But I think when it comes to talking with feds or even cops, I think it's always just, it starts with politeness. I really do. I don't understand outside of like, unless you are like a Black Panther doing Black Panther shit, you don't need to act like the Black Panthers do. Do you understand that? You know, I think a lot of people don't quite get that vibe. They don't understand that about, you know, speaking with authorities and stuff. People see movies where like a career criminal or some sort of like, you know, radical armed activist in the midst of the civil rights era that is like, you know, Black in the civil rights era will be like, I'm fucking fuck the police kind of shit. And then you'll take that energy as a person who skateboards sometimes and has had 2 jobs in your whole 21 years on earth, and you'll just like act like a dickhead to police or authorities. And it's like, they have the ability to fuck you up and you can't fuck them up back. Like that, those are the rules. They have a monopoly on violence, but they don't have a monopoly on acting like an asshole. And I think that's like what people get confused with the whole like Martin Luther King nonviolence and being like respectable type deal. And it's like, well, he was like respectable to those people. Do you know what I mean? Like he would, you know, there's no reason to show your ass and be boorish whether or not you like these people. Now, I don't give a fuck that the FBI came and visited me because I'm a fucking law-abiding citizen. I don't know what to tell you. That's it. It feels like I'm not abiding by laws, but usually it's because I'm not abiding by norms, right? I don't abide by norms when people get fucking excited about it. Oh shit, Tyler, he's fucking doxing people. Like, I'm saying people's names who are public figures that make thousands of dollars a month talking about other people using their names. That's not a crime. That's exercising my First Amendment right to say a motherfucker's name. You know what I mean? And it's like, and even like things like saying I'm gonna go beat somebody up is a lot different than I would like to beat this person's ass, and I know that it's illegal and I'm not gonna do it. But if I was offered the opportunity, I would do it. I would fight that person. That's not illegal. Do you know what I mean? We wouldn't be able to promote fights if that was the case. You can discuss your personal and internal feelings. You just can't make actionable threats. I am going to go to this place and do this crime right now is something you shouldn't ever say because it's stupid to do. And even if it's in the spirit of like talking shit and being a goofy goober, you should still avoid it. And this really goes into it. And I kind of want to throw this down because I know if I've gotten a visit over nothing, God fuck knows idiots that are other fucking streamers have probably gotten way more. A lot of them are probably scared shitless of talking about it. You know what I mean? Especially if you have a mind. This is one of the other things. Let me actually rewind this. If you are the kind of person who talks yourself up in your mind about how you're going to do this and that, I'm going to be that motherfucker. I'm going to be that dude when the cops come here. Man, if I could talk to an FBI agent right now, I'd give him I'd read him the riot act. Ooh, if I had to. If you talk yourself up to have a big dick in your mind, very often, if you have not lived a life where you have done shit like that, when it comes time, you're not going to do it. You're going to go like, damn, actually the repercussions of even just being rude in public are too much for me to bear. I cannot raise my voice right now. And it'll hurt your feelings, and it'll make it hard for you to like come to terms with the fact that a whole event happened that actually wasn't a big deal. Do you know what I mean? People get fucking excited. Oh man, I swear to God, if I could talk to a fucking cop right now, I would tell them, man, I might punch that motherfucker. But then you like talk to somebody and you go, shit, damn, this guy might fuck me up. And also I feel like an asshole. Or you even worse, you do it and then you still kind of come off looking like clownish. It's not good. And you'll put yourself in a position where you feel like bad about the situation during or afterward because you aren't living up to your own expectations of how you would behave. And the thing is, if you don't set your expectations to, I don't know, Clint Eastwood in a movie, you can usually kind of achieve them. My thing is always, when I meet anybody, I don't give a fuck if it's the president of the United States, a weird fan, or whatever falls in between, you know what I mean? Like a friend's mother or just like some sort of, you know, hostile library employee. I'm always just, I try to be jocular and I try to be friendly and I try to be direct. I always want to get, in my mind, I always say, get to the handshake. Do you know what I mean? Get to the handshake, shake somebody's hand, and tell them your name and get their name out of them. And that's a good place to start because that's where human interaction begins. And I think a lot of people get themselves fired up in these play pretend online communities getting freaked out about these kind of situations where they're going to be like, oh, fuck, FBI. It's like, dude, he's a dickhead with a job. You know what I mean? If they're not coming, if they're going to fucking, I mean, it could change right now. This fucking window behind me blows in and then, you know, you see me with a fucking 16 to the back of my fucking neck and they start stealing my hard drives. The picture cuts out. Okay, that's something else. But I don't think that's gonna happen because there's no reason to do it. Do you know what I mean? And you're like, well, there's a lot of times it happens. There's no reason. Okay, well, take a breath. Who the fuck are you and why? Most of the time, you know, whenever like there is some sort of shooting or some sort of bomb, half the time it's like the FBI's like, they talked to the guy and the guy was posting shit online like 666 Satan, burn the White House, kill the president, 666 Satan. Like that's like schizophrenia. And they're like, yeah, we thought he was just schizophrenic. By the way, I want to talk about Tectone later today, so we'll get to that as well. But you know, that's not probably going to be the situation that you're in. It's completely fine, even if you don't like somebody or you don't like what they stand for, to be polite and professional and direct and just a little lighthearted in situations because it'll help you deal with it a lot more. If you get yourself into a position where you start, you know, what is the meme right now? You bumping your cortisol levels because you're so stressed out about who people are and what people are doing and why they're doing it and who they are and all this stuff. And you get yourself fucking amped up. You're going to be so fucking stressed just talking to somebody that you might make some sort of stupid mistake and say something dumb that weirds them out. Or something, you know, like maybe does paint a fucking target on your back that doesn't need to be there because they're gonna be like, I don't know why this guy was shaking and sweating when he was talking. He answered the door. This guy was pale as a fucking sheet, shaking and sweating. Like, well, the dude was just like super nervous to talk to you. And I think a lot of people get in these online play pretend communities and they don't realize there's stakes to this shit. There are stakes to talking about politics. There's stakes to having an opinion. There's a stakes, especially to having an opinion that will not be popular with the authorities, which I understand most of my opinions probably won't be, but they also understand that my ability to act on it and my desire to act on it is pretty much limited to mostly entirely legal things to do. Do you know what I mean? I have a First Amendment. I have a Second Amendment right. If I wanted to own a gun or something, and you know, I can talk shit and you can't come look in my house illegally. A lot of these protections are still in place. And even if they're violated, there's repercussions down the line, and honestly rewards for the people who are violated against very often in the forms of monetary return. The FBI, thank God, despite Kash Patel's fucking idiocy, is still a pretty professional organization. I've always said that they were my basically the top tier of all of the ones I've had to talk to. The DEA is basically, I don't know, a bunch of fucking SWAT team cops. There's probably a bunch of pro fucking normals in there, but all the ones I've ever talked to, they clearly read a lot of fucking ex-Navy SEAL like fiction and get excited about it. Maybe I talked to a couple of dispatches. Cops are always ass. Most of the other branches of executive authority are boring as fuck. They're just dorks. NTSB are a bunch of dorks. They're very effective dorks, but they're dorks. FAA, dorks. FCC, I think I've talked to like a secretary or something from it. And the list goes on and on. But as far as investigative authorities and enacting authorities of the scale, the FBI's there, and they're a bunch of lawyers with guns. And they act like it. And that's why they have respect, administration to administration, kind of no matter how hard it gets. And it's not necessarily something that you have to respect them because of it. It's something that you should, if you're trying to affect change, learn. They have longevity because they know how to be professional and they know how to pick their fights. You know what I mean? They know how to not weird people out. If it was the cops, I'd probably be talking way different. Because when the cops come and visit you, the cops almost always suck. I don't know what's wrong with them, but American street cops are they're just always ready to have a bad day, and they come off as dickheads. I don't know why. It's not me just bashing cops. I've talked to so many cops, and the experience is completely different. People always they think about the FBI as police officers, and technically they're federal officers, but it's a different fucking setup completely. And you don't have to be afraid of these people in terms of like you should be shaking, scared, pissing your pants at the fucking like Game of Thrones King's Guards coming down. A lot of times, if you're going to end up talking to a federale, almost of any stripe, polite, professional, don't start sharing extra information. You don't have to tell them your whole fucking life story or anything, but just be like kind of direct, hey, what's up, man? I'm fucking going to work. What do you want? And that's pretty much it. They're not cops, and they're going to find out what they want to know, whether or not you talk to them. Fucking, one of my roommates in college got arrested for drug dealing, and he got roped by a multi-org thing, and that was DEA, and they didn't interview him. They don't come and ask questions like cops do, where they need to ask you a question so that they can start investigating, kind of deal. You know what I mean? Where they're like, well, let's just see if this guy will even fucking sweat him out. They talk to you after they know everything that they care to know. That's what they do. It's a completely different inversion. It's like I'm saying. He's like, yeah, I just sat. We got a call about you, so I went to your house, basically without telling you, obviously, and I just kind of sat outside your house and watched you. I don't know how long he was there. He was there enough. I haven't shoveled the driveway in 3 days, 4 days, maybe. Not since fucking late last week. So he was probably just here on his last. Probably Thursday or Friday, and checking me out. I don't know if it was more than one day. I don't know if it was two. I looked at your YouTube page. He probably watched mouthwashing video. Maybe he bought a book. Agent, buy a book. Maybe he's watching this right now just to see what. I mean, I would just to see me talking about him visiting. But I used to work as an investigator for financial crimes. The FBI were generally the least annoying feds to talk with. Yeah. They're pretty fucking straightforward. Most annoying feds. Any fucking federal prosecutor. What the fuck is wrong with those people? DA, a bunch of hall monitors. That's not. Hall monitors with buzz cuts is a great way to describe the DEA. We're just calling Agent Zero. Everybody say hi, Agent Zero. That's my personal FBI agent. Agent Zero, we'll call him. It's nothing that doesn't sound like his name at all. But yeah, I think it's fine. I'm good. I gotta say, whoever fucking reported me to the FBI, please stop wasting federal time calling the FBI on YouTubers. I know this is the thing too. Oh, hold on just a second. You're good. I got a login notification. Oh shit! Talking about the FBI, login notification pops up. What the fuck? It's my wife. It just popped up on my computer instead of hers. Oh my god. Fuck was I talking about? But yeah. I mean that's it's troubling times out there and stuff. But I gotta say, like, yeah, if you're don't call the fucking FBI on me, you idiots. You're wasting time. I really have to hammer this home. No matter how much you game it in your fucking heads, if you're righty, lefty, whatever, I'm not doing anything illegal at all, even remotely. Maybe, some sort of like activist prosecutor who wanted to risk an illicit and unprovoked prosecution that they would lose could charge me with crimes for something, right? It would be because you can always do that. Understand it. You can always do it. But if you're not calling the local cops are the only ones that are going to swat me, first off, and they're not gonna, because now that's all taken care of. So that's just not going to happen. And the FBI is gonna, the FBI is never going to swat anybody. Because first off, here's the reason. It's not because I'm like a goody two shoes or they especially like me. They don't have that much resources. They have a lot, they have tons of resources, but they don't have that many resources relative to the amount of responsibility that they have. So they got to pick their fights. This dude that is a fucking federal investigator with shit to do. Understand that as an FBI officer with shit to do. He has FBI crimes to look into. They're always busy. They've always got something. If you don't know what the FBI, because I've talked to them before, the FBI's main bread and butter are investigating interstate crimes of an especially auspicious nature is kind of how you describe their grab bag action. So if there's a crime that occurs across state lines that everyone goes like, what in the fuck is this? How do we investigate it? How do we try it? You wipe the board of all of the other federal and state and local agencies and you let the FBI take care of it so that they can bring it under jurisdiction and focus on what they want to do and how they want to pursue it. But outside of that sort of, like, hey, headline crimes, high level embezzlement and business fiduciary crimes, high level financial crimes of businesses. And I don't mean high level like you're thinking of, like millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars level of embezzling funds and like Ponzi scheme stuff. They have like actuaries with guns, right, at the FBI who go and they do, financial audits of companies on like, past what the IRS does in order to find people putting away shell money and that kind of stuff. They do investigation and prosecution of high-level corruption in federal and state agencies. So federal and state agencies that don't have their own investigative authority or where their investigative authority can't be the one that checks it out. So you have like the Office of the Inspector General for basically every federal agency to some degree that will be checking that agency's shit out or doing inspections for them. In any case where those agencies have some sort of high-level corruption that the agency itself can't be trusted to look into, the FBI does it. So like the federal consent decrees and stuff, you know what I mean? The FBI is actually going to be the ones that go in and in charge and investigate somebody, some cop, if something crazy happens. Your Bernie Madoffs and stuff. That's what the FBI is doing. And you think that that's not happening, but it is. No matter what shithole fucking state you live in, and I live in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, which you guys probably think of as penny ante nonsense, and it is to a degree, we still have multi $100 million corporations here. Aetna Healthcare is here for a little bit longer at least. And I think Trimark, I can't remember, but just to name a few, not like they're committing crimes or anything, but we have large corporations in every state in America, and the FBI will go and investigate them. Interstate stuff, drug interdiction, and assistive stuff with local police and serial killers, multi-state murderers, and terrorists. You know what I mean? And the thing is like as scoochity scooch as I am not a terrorist. Not even remotely. I know like maybe some sort of like DGG fucko that's like tanky would think that me saying like, hey man, you can and should bring your guns to protests, don't kill anybody in America is like illegal or something. But in America, you have your First and Second Amendment rights, which are your right to bear arms and, well, your right to assembly and your right to bear arms. Now, you have to follow the law, and that's true. What the guns do is help the non-you people think twice before they just start to beat your ass, because it's easy to beat the shit out of somebody without a gun, and you can beat somebody up with a gun, but you've got to negotiate that situation a lot differently, okay? And we already have people that go to protests with guns and stuff. That's not a crime. Hasan Piker does engage in stochastic terrorism. A lot of your right wingers engage in stochastic terrorism. Bana Panada engages in stochastic terrorism because they're, with the exception of Bana Panada right wingers of certain stripes, it's because you're incidental with your language and you say stuff that, while the authorities probably won't take it seriously enough because they're either not being told to or it's not that serious. If you say something like, man, only violence can solve this situation and someone should do violence, and you have a large fucking population of people listening to you, someone might go and do violence because you said so. And that is illegal. But it's not illegal enough that the fucking FBI would give a shit about it, generally, right? Unless it happens, then maybe they would look into you if it was directly connected. But you have to be all the way to like Branch Davidian fucking cult level for them to go like, okay, actually we're gonna go ahead and preempt this. Do you know what I mean? State and local authorities are who are going to be, which are just basically the same sort of thing. It's just your state bureau of investigation would be the ones that go and like say like, hey, you need to fucking actually shut the fuck up. And really, in America, you got to understand this, because I know a lot of you guys, foreigners, get upset with me all the time because they literally do not understand how our country works. I can say a lot of shit. I can say so much shit, and it's fine. It is just fine. It's not actionable at all because it's my First Amendment right. And I could get arrested. I could even get charged. But more than likely, I would go to what trial or whatever, and then the state would end up having to pay for my fucking attorney's fees because I would go, that's a violation of my First Amendment right. Suck my dick. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm in my own private domicile, bitch. Talking shit, which is the most American thing you can do. It's not just like a begrudgingly accepted right. It is the way of Americans. It's not just a thing that is like, okay, well, it's his First Amendment right, but Americans don't react that way to the Bill of Rights. Americans think that there's things that aren't even in the Bill of Rights that are. And it took a little while for everyone to finally catch on that there is no actual right to privacy that's enunciated as such. It's a mix of several different amendments. But if you go to a jury of my peers, and they're Americans, you're going to have to go so fucking far out of your way to convince them that me talking shit is something that I should get in trouble for, because that's our one thing we got. No healthcare, You might go to a foreign war, get clapped. You get the COVID, you're done. All that shit. Yeah, okay, life sucks. But you can say whatever the fuck you want in America. Is the rules. With so few exceptions that people don't even know that assault is actually just spoken words. They don't even know that. And you would probably have to individually educate those people in that jury to do it. And the thing is none of that is something that an FBI officer gives a fuck about. You're wasting federal agents' time with that kind of shit. Now, if I was, for instance, I don't know, an Argentinian national that was handing out lists of Jews and saying somebody should go visit these people, that is actionable because that is not even stochastic. That is direct terrorism. That is terrorism. That is form and function. That is providing targets and method, method, and motivation for violent action, which is fundamentally a crime. If you go like, oh hey, we've by the way, people look up doxing, right? And they're like, doxing is illegal. Like, okay, well, somebody passed that. I don't know if anyone's ever been charged with any of the doxing rules. Doxing is illegal not when you say somebody's name. It's illegal if you go, John lives at fucking 1234 Street. Go fucking kill John. Then that is a crime. But the thing is that's underneath conspiracy to commit murder, which is a way more intense felony. And I think the doxing only goes up to, in Kentucky, I looked it up, it's like felony D. And I don't think anybody's ever been arrested, charged, indicted, and for sure nobody's been convicted of it. American values is how Americans should treat each other, family and neighbors. Sure. Soft side, Soviet. Honestly, you're an FBI agent in Kentucky. It's got to be probably fucking crazy. Because if you're in Lexington, if you guys know how this city works, there's one big road that goes around the whole city. And I live on the other side of it from the city. It's called New Circle Road, right? Inside New Circle is Lexington, because Lexington doesn't have an interstate. No highways go through it. So it's not all broken up like other places. Inside, it's the city, which has like city issues. Outside of it is a strip of suburbs and then fucking horse country. And I don't mean just like poor people farm type shit. It's horse country, which is a mix of like castle. There's castles. There's a castle. There's literally the Kentucky Castle. I'm not kidding you. There's multi-acre, 1,000-acre horse farms that have been in families forever. There are fucking Sovsit ranches out there. I know they're out there. There's people that have bunkers and horses, right? Right past where I live, and right past New Circle in any direction around Lexington, you get out into like, if you have to go talk to a person at that address, you got to drive down a mile-long road through a gate, past guys riding around on horses with cowboy hats and fucking shotguns, like top, 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 and they don't live there. They're workers. Like that Yellowstone shit is like any direction outside of the city, and some of them just happen to be fucking like Saudis and shit. It's crazy. So honestly, he probably came talk to me. I wasn't fucking a dickhead. What you want, boy? I don't like no federales. He's probably like, thank God. If anything, I talked to him for too long. He's like, I gotta get the fuck out of here, man. I need to go investigate real shit. This is not what I intended to do. Tyler only believes in the Articles of Confederation. That is a yellow fringed flag, which means this is an admiralty court. I will not be tried by sea law. Oh my God. Westside Tyler is his corporate name, or would it be Westside Tyler? I think my corporate name is WSF Productions LLC. My wife was like, how do they know where we live? I'm like, we have a registered business under my name. Because we told them. They're the federal government. We told them where I live. It's the fucking FBI. He's like, we just filed a tax form with like, hey, you guys know this guy? Oh, you guys like 5 people named that in this city, or okay, yeah. We looked him up. He's the one that works for YouTube. How does the fucking FBI know where I live? I pay my taxes, is how they know where I live. Oh, shit. Ah, oh, they got me. Trying to adjust this goddamn. I'm not about these secret lab chairs anymore, I think. I think I'm kind of past them. I don't like them as much. NTSB are my favorite dogs. Have I ever talked to a United States Postal Inspector Service person? No. Not knowingly. No. No. I'm trying to remember. I don't think I would ever have talked to them. They're a rarity. I mean, I know it's like one of those things. I think I said this when I was talking about them before. They're a rarity, unless you probably work where they're gonna be. If you work at like a FedEx or USPS or you're around some sort of like shipping warehouse, you probably talk to the Postal Inspection Service all the fucking time. You're like, no, they're fucking everywhere. But if you don't do that, you're never gonna run into them. It's just like I don't think I've ever talked to like more than 2 or 3 fish and game people in my entire life. And I think one of them was when I got sort of kind of arrested as a kid, trespassing in a public park at night. But like, yes, real story. But like, that's not, I don't ever talk to them otherwise. But if you're a hunter or if you have certain types of land or you live in certain parts of the country, you're going to be talking to fucking game and wildlife all the fucking time, relentlessly till you get sick of them. We're starting back to. Oh, dude, I'm so far back. Agent Zero. What about the CIA? CIA isn't. So CIA, if this is still on they're weird. Okay, so the CIA is not technically federal authority. I could be wrong about this. I swear to God, I was just looking this up when I was saying. But basically, the CIA is similar to DOD, wherein they have police. There are CIA police, and the CIA, because they're they're part of the executive branch of government. They have, an officer of the Inspector General for the Central Intelligence Agency. But they are not a internal mechanism of the country. They're not supposed to be. Now, do they work inside the country? Probably. I mean, they have to literally because they live here. I mean, they can't. We're not going to put them all on a fucking big boat just off the coast in order to try to prove a point. You know what I mean? But they don't operate inside the country as a matter of course. I mean, they can and probably do to some degree, but the National Security Agency and the Department of Homeland Security perform the exact same tasks as you would expect the CIA to do, and they just have the warrant and writ to do it. So you don't have to worry so much about the CIA because it would be a waste of their operative funds to be doing most of what people blame the CIA for doing when the NSA and the DHS are just allowed to do it. Which is always the hang up. People think that there's like 3 maybe tops. They think of 3 maybe tops federal agencies. Did I tell you guys I made a federal agency song? I should just look that up. Federal authority song. This isn't completely done, so it doesn't rhyme perfectly. This would be fucking fun. This would be the funniest thing ever would be if I got arrested, or not arrested, but the name of the title of this is arrested. Picked up for this. Dude, I've been rhyming like crazy recently, but people think that there's only 3 agencies ever. It's actually one of the biggest indictments of like lefties are like, I have plans for the government and where I want things to go, and it's like, what do you not like about the government? They're like, the FBI has too much power, the CIA has destroyed the world, and they spy on American citizens, and then the DEA does drug stuff, so they're bad. It's like, okay. If you get rid of those 3, how many agencies do you think are left? And they're like, that's like it, right? There's maybe, oh wait, the ATF exists. And then like, I don't know, is the FAA, the FTC? And it's like, there are 100, I think, and 60 total. I don't know. I have it in the song. I'm going to sing you guys this. I got to make this. Once I get this down, I wanted to get with my person that made the Lil Pepe thing and do a Schoolhouse Rock animation to this. This is the opposite of being. That's fucking Jason Bourne. I'm the opposite of Jason Bourne. The FBI guy was never gonna watch this afterwards. We need a federal agency tier list. Yes. Is it like a Schoolhouse Rock song? It absolutely is. Secret Lab is an FBI psyop to make you specifically uncomfortable. It's just like the seat is the only good seat when it came out, but like I think it just isn't quite perfect. Was it over Nothing Burger YouTube comments? I didn't ask him specifically what it was, and I didn't care. They said it was in general like somebody had specifically called in an anonymous report on me and been like, it was an anonymous report saying that my rhetoric had increased since 2024 type deal. If I had to guess, and I don't really think I even have to, what happened was I think some right wingers or someone that I don't know about are sharing my video because it's kind of going into more right wing circles. I'm seeing more of those comments, and I think it's catching on more and more. Kind of every time. Jesus Christ, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm gonna blow my nose. Let me mute this. Pretty much every time like Charlie Kirk comes up in the media, I get like an algo return for that video, and it kind of goes into circulation again. And I think that there's a bunch of right wingers who are well connected, right? Now because of the type of administration that's going on, that are also like media fucks. Because I've gotten some comments on it where people are like, "You're fucking shitty little like field mic." I'm like, how do you know ball? Why did you call it a field mic? You know what I mean? Blue Crusader got tired of being mocked. Yeah, right. And I think that like literal YouTubers that are right wingers probably have the ear of the actual president now. You know what I mean? Not like somebody called the president on me specifically. But like, if you could reasonably talk up there, I mean, like Fuentes had dinner with the president. So other Groyper types could reasonably have connections to lower levels of government. You know what I mean? And I think that continues on for, podcasters and stuff. And so if you just go down the chain a little bit, someone's just like, oh, this Tyler, I read this, and this Tyler Bell guy, he seems like a fucking psycho. I can't believe this video is over 200K. And this guy says he's glad that Charlie Kirk is dead because he thinks that Charlie Kirk is a Nazi. And it's like, okay, yeah, well, that's maybe an uncouth and untoward opinion, but I don't have to like people being alive or dead. I didn't do anything to hurt the guy. I'm just glad that he's gone because I think he's a piece of shit. I don't know what you want me to do. You want me to lie about it? And probably that got passed up to somebody who was just like, yeah, this guy's fucking whatever. And maybe, I don't know, some people have tried to like portray because people don't watch it, the threat tier list, right? Where it's like, is this person like in any likelihood of being hurt or something, and yada, yada, yada. If you just look at that on the surface level, and by the surface level, I mean like you don't even really read the whole title, then maybe you could unreasonably come to the conclusion that it's about like, oh, these people should be next. Who's next? But the whole thing is about how to like keep yourself safe and why certain people are and aren't targeted for violence, and who is most likely could be the target of some sort of physical violence in the next year or so. That's like the whole thing. But it is what it is. And it was probably not, but I want to believe it was Sunday. It would be fucking hilarious, dude. And here's the thing, too. Whoever it is, they have a record with the FBI now. If you guys don't know this, the federal authorities keep records of everything. Of everything. So if you call the feds, they make a file on you for calling them. Not because it's like a negative thing to have a file. It's just they have to make a record of it because it's part of the investigation. Because the federal, especially the FBI, has for fucking decades now had people call them to report crimes that those people were doing. You know what I mean? They have like the fucking, so this is out there, but you have like your Zodiac killer calling up a federal authority and being, oh, you don't know what I'm capable of. 7295A1. Find my code, find me. Whatever, some fucking lame shit like that. They're like, fuck, fucking make a record of this. We don't want to find out that somebody was calling and it's the guy. You know what I mean? And they get all your information instantly. You know what I mean? Like you're maybe if you are actual tech guy, not just pirate software, but actually accomplishing what pirate software pretends to be, then you can call federal authorities and have your phone not show where the fuck you are, okay? But generally, they have access to all the information. They can go like, okay, cool. All right, this pinged these towers and stuff. They have all that shit set up because they just need to know who's interacting with them. So whoever called them, if they're not a like American or whoever, if they're not somebody that's like in good standing with the FBI type deal or good standing with like a some sort of federal government employee or appointee or whatever the fuck high up, it's going to be like, okay, well this guy called us, so they're going to know who you are by name. Like I'm not fucking with you. They're going to know your name and more than likely, if not your whole just address, they're going to know the cell towers that you called them by. And even if you're like, well, I called them landline. Like, okay, well, the landlines just go to cell towers now anyway. Switchboards are operated, okay? The FBI can go inside the giant windowless AT&T buildings and then talk to the guy and say, hey, Greg, we need all that information. Actually, they don't even need to do that anymore because Greg is just like, oh, called FBI field office. Okay, cool. Yeah. We make sure that that gets put into like the automated files and shit that they create. Because they're just going to want to know who the fuck's calling them and why. They're always on the game. This is the thing. This is why I like these motherfuckers, okay? I like them. I live here. If you live somewhere else, you should have at least one capable federal agency that just double checks shit. And they're always kind of on it for like a game. What the fuck's going on here? Okay, you're calling us. Why? Why are you calling me? You know what I mean? What do you think you're going to get out of this? Okay, let's just double check you. And then they find out who you are. You to the point where it's casual. They're bored. Do you know what I mean? If you actually get them and they answer because they have fucking free time, well, they're going to try to solve a puzzle and that puzzle might be you. You just got to be careful of that. If you interact with federal authorities, that's their job. They're not pissing around. You have no idea how hard it is to like track down people and locate them and connect things to things if you don't have that kind of time and opportunity. But they have the time, they have the opportunity, and they have like the equipment. They just do that. So never forget that. If you contact them, they will create a file on you. They're usually recording the entirety of the call. They don't have to do the like notifying you that you're being recorded like private companies and stuff do. They'll never tell you and they'll never reveal it until you get arrested for a federal crime, at which point it's going to be item 1223 in this fucking like 4 semi trucks worth of evidence that they're going to bring to try to get you on RICO charges for some horse shit, and you're fucking co-conspirator 238. FBI trials, I mean, they're small stuff, I'm pretty sure, but they love it. They are so fucking happy to be in the news. Like, that's why I've talked to FBI people. Whenever they get a big fish, they're like, hey, we're going to make sure that we get our budget. We're going to make sure we get our funding in the next funding round. Guess what we got? Look at this fat fuck. Oh, God, it's the biggest fish ever. They'll hold it right up to the camera. Look at that. Look at that. Every time. And they come fucking prepared, man. So I will say this, whoever fucking told them, I hope that you know that you're in the system now too. You entered a PvP zone. You just happen to not be worth any XP. That's what I get by on. I know I'm small fish of small fish, and I'm also not doing anything that I can be eaten for. that, you know, it would not be something that they have to drum up. I'm pretty sure you can always imagine something. There's a word for that too. Prosecutors talk about it, but basically everybody is committing a crime all the time. You just don't even know it. You've made a mistake on your taxes, you filled out a form wrong, you park somewhere weird, you built a part of your house without contacting the correct authorities. The bureaucracy in America, and probably abroad as well, we're not unique in this at all, it's so dense that it's very easy to come astray of the law, right? It's easy to cheat on your taxes, and you haven't actually cheated on your taxes. And prosecutorial authorities can always punch that shit up. They do it to black people all the time. That's when black people are talking about they're over-policed. That's what they mean. Local authorities can always catch somebody slipping. Well, you shouldn't have broken the law. Everybody's breaking the law all the time on accident. All y'all drive a degree at least 1 mile per hour over the speed limit, right? Well, did you drive 1 mile over or 10 miles an hour over the speed limit and then accidentally enter the fucking 25 school zone and not slow down fast enough so that you were going 45 in the 25 school zone? Congratulations, you were driving recklessly in a school zone. That's a fucking Class D felony if they really want to go after you. You know what I mean? That's like a thing that can happen. But generally they don't do that. The fucking FBI doesn't have time to waste doing penny ante shit like that, and they don't want to be associated with it. Is pretty much. And I'm not making this up because I'm like, stars in my eyes. When I was in Charleston, working as a journalist, we got to go to the FBI field office there and basically just talk to their PIO, who was like, "Hey, look, we're never going to answer the phone. Too busy, but we will call you if we want to talk about something." And I think that guy pitched some chick that was there, some girl that was there on join, and I still to this day I wonder if she was going to join or not. Technically, this is crazy. I'm the average age, from what I understand, of like when people join the FBI. It's like late. The guy was saying like 35 is when people consider joining the FBI, because we get a lot of people that are professionals in whatever they used to do, and then they join the Federal Bureau of Investigation and bring that kind of thing. There's people that join younger and stuff, but we tend to want like calmer heads. And that's kind of the difference, right? It feels like you could, swat somebody with the FBI. Maybe even because like America's in a maelstrom right now, and Kash Patel's bug-eyed fucking head is in charge of the FBI. But it doesn't mean that like they're gonna fucking hop on the beck and call like some fucking coked up local police SWAT outfit that's run by like a fucking biker gang. You know what I mean? It's completely different. And they don't want to do penny ante shit like that because they want to prove that they need the big budget and they need the money and they need the discretion because they do big important shit, right? They're not doing fucking sitcom television. They're on that Dennis Villeneuve shit. They're making big moves. They're arresting the fucking Green River Killer. They're hunting down BTK over 40 fucking years. They're the ones that are fucking finding where Osama bin Laden is, the whole fucking kit and caboodle. That's what they do. That's the main thing. They do real work, but they also have to deal with a lot of random BS that looks like a lot of bloat. Not updating your address on the 7th government forum you forgot you're on. Yeah. Somewhat off topic, but how shadowy is the so-called dark web, and how much of it is just the feds just holding back or limited to act on? The dark web is just the internet. It's just a different way of... The dark web isn't real. Let me put it that way. The dark web is not like different than the internet in any valuable way. The internet is a series of tubes. The dark web is a series of tubes that requires a special door to get into, and that's it. They're slightly off to the side of the other ones. Dark web was just like basically really what it was when it was even around, which is like the start of Bitcoin and stuff. So we're like 2011, 2013 is when people started talking about it, which means by then it was already pretty much cooked. And you have like Silk Road and stuff. People could get on there and basically purchase illicit services, but you could already kind of do that on the web. Do you know what I mean? People just thought that Tor browsers and stuff like Bitcoin that was decentralized would help it work. But understand, like the agencies and the people that you can't get on the dark web without connecting to an Ethernet connection, right? It's not like your people were actually like running satellite radar dishes and shit to operate a clandestine communication network that was completely untraceable by the federal government. You would have to be so stupid to think that that's the case that it kind of boggles the mind if you just know how technology works. America owns its radio waves to the point where, and I mean like the federal government owns the communication radio waves. The actual ability to make a wave in the air with technology is owned by the federal government. It's the Federal Communications Commission. That's why when you buy a walkie-talkie, it says like the FCC said that we could do this on the back of the walkie-talkie. When you use broadband internet or any sort of dial-up, you still are going through AT&T or Spectrum or whatever the fuck. You know, you're going to the big switchboard. It's still the same switchboard. And you know who owns the switchboards? The federal government. And they can look at that shit whenever. You say, no, it's encrypted. Okay. Who developed the encryption? And if that person exists, there's probably only so many of those kind of people that exist. All the government has to do at worst is find the guy that made the encryption. And you know what they're really good at is finding guys. That's like what the fuck they do. Hey, look, idiot. Yes. Did you make this 128-bit encryption? Yes. Is this a one-time key? Yes. You're going to give us this key right now. Or you're going to go in a little box until your hair turns gray. And that's it. That's the whole threat. 20 years in the box. Okay, here's the key. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now go about your day. What? No, yeah. Catch and release, baby. All we needed was that key. Go on. Okay. What happened? That guy's too scared to ever talk about what happened. And now they all have access to the thing because the whole, oh God, it's unbreakable encryption. It is unbreakable encryption. It just needs a one-time pass. What's the one-time pass? It's just a different rotating type of code. But once you know the code, it's basically, you can always get into it. Well, who has it? Like 15 of the most intense drug dealers you've ever seen. And Assistant Special Agent Fry of the Dallas-Fort Worth Independent, the Dallas-Fort Worth third FBI Special Cyber Operations Division. Like, he's got it. Well, is he like very important? No, he is not important at all. He's been working with the FBI for 4 years. He's 36. He has a big fascination with race cars. That's what he does. He just thinks about race cars all day. And then he goes to work for the Federal Bureaus of Investigation and he cracks encryption on drug dealers using basically some guy, other FBI dude who's a little bit scarier and part of their interrogation units, went out and scared some dipshit that lives in the fucking desert in fucking Nevada. And then they got the key. And so he just he unlocks keys all day. He just unlocks encryption. And he's got like 15 boxes of printouts behind him. What are those? Every major drug trade transaction from something called the Silk Road that they've made for like the last like 4 years. Why haven't they stopped them yet? Because they wanted to see how big it'll get before it falls onto the guys. That's it. And that's what they do. That's all they do. Could you imagine having that guy? Hey, Fry. Yeah. What do you know about YouTube? What do I know about YouTube? I watch YouTube. Am I not? Is this? No, you're not in trouble. We know that you watch YouTube. There's a YouTuber who's been saying stupid shit online, and we need you to go just make sure he's not a terrorist. Okay, yes, sir. All right, go ahead. How many days for this? Please, no more than 2. Okay, all right. Is there any? I'm working on a thing. We know the pile's big, and you can come back to this, but just go ahead, go out there. Just double check and come back. Okay. Could you imagine having like, you're just on the most important shit. Now, if you're like a beat cop, excited, you know. Hold on. If you're a fucking beat cop, probably fucking excited. You know what I know about YouTube? I hate YouTubers. I've been watching Rob Noor. You know about Rob Noor? No, what? Who's Rob Noor? Well, I'll tell you two things. He's fat and his voice is high pitched like a fucking steam whistle, but he's got some good opinions on some stuff I can't mention while we're here because, HR's already told me about it and I don't want to get in trouble again. Okay, well, we got a YouTuber. I tell you what, left or right? Left. Where? Where and when? Is he armed? Can we pretend he's armed? No, you can't. Just go out there and tell him to stop talking shit. Are we allowed to do that? We saw the consent decree. They said we couldn't tell people what to say anymore. I'm not going to am I going to get chewed out by company ops again? Because I don't want to get chewed out by company. You ain't going to get chewed out by just go over there, tell them to stop talking about it, try to cut. Go. Like, that makes more sense. Poor fucking FBI agent. Sign up. You gotta do all this shit. I'll never get over it. I'll probably be telling this story of this day for fucking years. And I'll never get over because it's just the one thing that hangs over is him just really just going like, dude, you are not important. I can't hammer this home enough. You are not fucking important. I get it. Like, do you love your country? You're going to hurt anybody? Like, I love America, man. No, I'm not going to hurt anybody. Okay, just... You are so unimportant. I hope he got to, like, call his wife or whatever the fuck. He got to piss off, I wonder if he got in trouble, actually. That would be the funniest fucking backstory for Agent Zero is he got in trouble. And of all the people, they're like, all right, look, hey, who's been, and folks, can we get everybody in here into the break room? Where do we work? Federal Bureau of Investigation, Mr. Khan. That's right. I'm the special agent in charge here. And this is an FBI field office. Yes. So who thought of any of you, we weren't going to find out who was taking Bethany's Jell-O from the fridge? Yeah, we know why you're sighing. Did you think, Agent Zero, did you think you weren't going to get caught? Did you think we weren't going to, why did you do it? It was really good looking Jell-O. Of course it was really good looking Jell-O. That's why Bethany brought it. Didn't you, Bethany? Yes, sir. Bethany brought that Jell-O for Bethany, and you took her Jell-O. Why would you ever do that? Moment of weakness. All right, well, guess who's on YouTuber patrol? Oh, come on. I've got important shit to look. I got things to do. You got very important things to do. I have a list of YouTubers for you to go look at. This poor guy. He's got to come finally talk to me. He's kicking the dirt and shit. Oh, God. Fucking damn it. All the way out to he's in his little parking garage. I know it's a parking garage because unless he went to the fucking, in the middle of the freezing rain, went and cleaned that thing somewhere else. He has to be in a parking garage. Fucking, kicking, ding, 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 ding. He's driving over, grumbling. He's finally got to come talk to me after watching me for a couple days like this. Falling asleep, waking back up. Here, God damn it. All right, let's get on and talk to this fucking idiot. He's going to come back tomorrow like, look, man, thank you for not using my real name, but people do know I do have to file these reports. And you've got to not tell people that I was stealing Jell-O. Just make sure they know that was fake, okay? So Agent Zero was not stealing any Jell-O. This is a made-up story. You gotta fucking put on YouTuber patrol. The Agent Zero ask you about the Chinese general. Fuck. God damn it. My dad watches those podcasts to interview supposed former CIA guys. I don't believe anything those dudes say, and I don't get what my dad does either. Some of them I believe, some of them I don't. It's always a throw up. I've never believed a single fucking story told by a Navy SEAL. That's my one. I've heard MARSOC talk. I've heard different SOG guys talk. I've heard some Delta Force guys talk, and they're kind of 50-50. There is some Navy SEALs are the most untrustworthy storytellers in the history of mankind because they will tell some stories where it's just like, no, you fucking didn't. Do you guys remember the Navy SEAL movie that was like based on a true Navy? These are real Navy SEALs based on a true Navy SEAL mission. It was like, I don't know, they were like doing drug interdiction. This is from like 15 years ago. I gotta start covering some more movies. And they're like, I just remember the one part of this movie, and I think I was either fresh out of, or maybe even still in the Marines when this piece of shit came out. And they're just like, they just roll up to some drug dealers like jungle huts on fucking swift boats with a fucking minigun and just level the entire fucking hut with a minigun. I'm like, I've been on like 3 combat deployments. And I was just like, nothing warrants that. There's so many bullets to put into the fucking jungle. With a minigun, a rotational chain gun on the front of a boat. Why do you have that? What the fuck is wrong with these people? God damn. Oh my God. How do you know that guy was a SEAL? Don't worry, he will tell you. It's impossible. And this is one of my favorite. This is a real story about Navy SEALs that happened. I can no longer remember this guy's name because it's been 15 fucking years since this happened. It was the dude that was in my unit on my last deployment. Well, we were in camp. Was that Camp Ripper? Yes, Camp Ripper, Al Asad Air Base, which is just like this transitional air base that kind of people come in and out of. Some of the fuck were in Iraq. I don't know. I didn't need to look at the map for this one. I was on gate guard for some bullshit. I sat in a fucking box singing myself like an idiot. And we're in the fucking chow hall eating, and these Navy SEALs come in, and they're so fucking obvious because they will not shave. I don't know who convinced white guys that are built like fucking semi trucks that growing a beard would make them fit in with foreign like fucking random Arab dudes that are built like twigs, but they all have their fucking beards. They got their Spartan 300 beards, as we were joking around at the time. My buddy, and they kind of hang out. They've got like, they're trying to like, they're aura farming, as the kids say these days. It's perfect for Navy SEALs. Because this base is full of all kinds of people come through it. That's where I did meet CIA fucking spookity spooks there. Fucking creepers. I met an FBI field office, not field office. What do you call that? She had a name for it. But she was an interrogation specialist that was staying there for a while, and I remember asking her, I was like, do you torture people? And she was like pissed at me. She was like, no, not only do we not do that, we do not condone that. It is disgusting. It is fucking completely. She fucking tore my hair up for a minute because she had to sit in the box with me while I was like checking her in or some shit. She didn't fucking hanging out. It's always weird to see a fucking white person in a suit in Iraq. You're like, what the fuck's going on here? Why are you wearing, or not even a suit, a fucking polo shirt and a flak jacket? What the fuck what's going on here? So you're walking around with a fucking polo suit, sunglasses, and a fucking trauma plates. Oh, okay there, buddy. What's up? I see that you're wearing the khaki shorts of liberation, my friend. The fucking SEALs were there. A group of like 5 or 6 of them, kind of like, yeah, Navy SEAL stuff, blah, blah, blah. And my buddy stood up and walked over to them and said, oh my God, are you guys Navy SEALs? And he had it right in the rain book. Do I have that? Do I have it over here? Oh my God. We have these tan things called Right in the Rain books. So whatever. He looked like a fucking boot. They're like tan books like this that kind of open. They're real small. And you always have to carry him with you because you have to take like notes and shit. It's a Marine Corps rule. He busts out his Right in the Rain book and goes, are you guys Navy SEALs? Oh my God. And they're like, yeah. He goes, can I get your autograph? Can I get your autograph? He did this without prompting. He was pissed at them for existing. Understand this. This is This is why Marines are still dangerous. No matter how special forces you get, Marines, for whatever the fuck reason, will just disassociate from reality and find a way to hurt you. They'll find a way around. And he just went, what can I do to fuck? I fucking hate them. Hate these Navy SEAL. Oh, I can't stand these self-righteous cunts walking around. Oh, they're so fucking full of themselves. Yelling. He's in a chow hall. Chow hall's a huge cafeteria. Huge. This is the Al Asad Ripper one, Camp Ripper one. KBR is fucking KBR chow hall, if you guys know what that is. Halliburton. KBR Halliburton chow hall. Brought to you by Halliburton. They had good eggs. You guys Navy SEALs? And then he got, they were like, okay. And he fucking signed his fucking Raid in the Rain book. And he was fucking, oh wow, God, thank you so much. Oh, you guys are so cool. I don't think they ever probably went back to the chow hall. Did you guys want to go to the chow hall? Like, dude, I don't know, man. Can we just get the bus and go down to like main side and go to like the Pizza Hut or something? Camp Ripper should be a fucking sitcom. I swear to God, that place is fucking awesome. The you're a big guy fit, dude. Yes, absolutely. You should put those Right in the Rain books together. Like you did that as a job. Awesome. They said yes. Yeah. They were fucking handing him a fucking rating in it. The whole time, just like, wow, this is so cool. This is awesome. He was so loud, bro. I think the fucking chow hall was like dead silent. Everyone's just like, because what are you gonna do? There's nothing after somebody goes and makes that move. There's nothing you can do. If he fakes it out, you know, you can tell him to go fuck himself or whatever. You can't fight because it's Marines. Every Marine in there will just go and start stomping the fuck out of you at the same time for the sheer glory of doing it. Because you do not start shit in a different branch's chow hall, right? They will scrap because what my unit, my fucking specific platoon almost beat the shit out of an entire kitchen company, which are guys that fucking cooks, right? Quartermaster Corps, whatever the fuck they're called, because they were talking shit to us in their own chow hall. We almost fought them because they didn't want to fucking give us food. We were pissed about it. If you were like a bunch of SEALs, I mean, yeah, you probably could, I don't know, maybe take out two dudes' eyes based, but like, there's fucking like 80 guys in there that are just gonna come and fucking start stomping the shit out of you. Just to do it. Just to say that they fucked up some Navy SEALs, because everyone's gonna get, the number of SEALs will go up and the number of Marines will go down, but you'll always have the NGAP sheet that said that you got in trouble for beating the fuck out of a fellow service member in a goddamn chow hall. So you can't like get like violent about it unless like the guy really has it coming, and that's impossible to do. None of the higher ups or the staff NCOs who sit in different areas and stuff, they're watching this probably dying and can't laugh. They're watching like this. Inside, crying, laughing, but watching like this. They can't come over and tell him to sit down because it's not against the rules in any way that you can say it is. And you don't want to look like you're sticking up for some Navy SEAL. You don't want to go like, you know, fucking, make sure, Your Highness, is there any, you want me to get rid of any of the other riffraff or any of that stuff? And so it was like this perfect chess move. He just humiliated these guys and made it awkward as fuck. In my heart of hearts, I like to pretend that Chris Kyle was in that fucking crew. I know it wasn't the case, but goddamn, I wish it was the case. Oh my God. Was Camp Ripper run by General Ripper? No, it was run by Colonel. I can't remember what the fuck his name was. I worked for him. I was on his personal security detail. Not as cool as it sounds. I was one of many people who were in cars and trucks. Cars. We were in Bobcats. I think they were. Is that what they were? What the fuck? God, it has now been so long. What the fuck do we call MRAPs that could not? What were MRAPs without suspensions for Afghanistan called? I swear to God, they were called Bobcats. I don't know why I think that, but we were in MRAPs. I was a turret gunner on an MRAP. Clink, 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 clink. How the fuck we got a fucking MRAP? Most advanced fucking mine-resistant armor something. I don't know what the fuck does mine-resistant armor plating? Is that all that means? I don't know. We had MRAPs. MRAPs are the shit. Whatever. But a whole fucking advanced as fuck MRAP. The goddamn turret's still a fucking crank turret. So if it twists and it has armor on it, it weighs a fucking 3/4 ton. And then so it's just gonna go in that direction if it ever breaks plane. Piece of shit. Colonel Ferguson. Terry Ferguson. Full-bird colonel is still funny. It was a full-bird colonel. It's true. You would say he's 8th Regiment Actual. Whoever 8th Regiment Actual was in 2009, it was that guy. I just cannot remember his name. I think I almost... Jesus Christ. I almost got in trouble with him. That was it. You were talking about... Tyler, did you say some crazy shit? I was back then. I was writing some revolutionary, like, I don't know about officers. Hunter-gatherers, yes. How you know it was Delta Force that got Maduro? Because it was SEALs. There have been 3 books in a movie already. It's fucking real shit. Oh my God. Tyler, you're just a Terminal E3 Marine. You just don't get it, LMAO. Dude, Terminal Lance, please. Terminal E3? Were you in? That's a good one. A Terminal E3 Marine. It's almost like saying, like, oh, is that a 308 round? Like, dude, stab me in my fucking lung. Agent Zero's fathers, he never had the makings of a varsity athlete. Guys, you're not dying anymore? Barely, man. Let's see if I can go through this. This is my federal authority song, which is not perfect yet. I wonder if I can do the voice. I'm going to try to do this without coughing the whole time. Well, there's a fella in a flak jacket flashing a badge, promising me the worst time that I ever had. But I got fingers in many pies, you see. Now, so I need to know who might be arresting me. Well, here in the U.S., we got overlapping jurisdiction, so there's plenty of folks who can drop you in prison. City, county, state, and local laws may apply, but the federal police serve where the colors fly. I haven't rehearsed this song, okay? So long as you're in the United States, of course, and keep in mind that includes non-continental states like Hawaii and Alaska, U.S. territories like Puerto Rico, and even Native American reservations like Standing Rock and Pine Ridge. Nearly all federal law enforcement officers operate under direction from the president through powers established by the Second Article of the United States Constitution. That seems like a lot of power for one person to hold. Well, it is. And the responsibility is so broad and encompassing, the president has to delegate most of this authority to the heads of the departments of the executive branches of government. The executive branch of government. Though the U.S. started with just 5 executive departments, that number has grown to 15, with nearly 100 law enforcement agencies spread out between them. Wow! With 800,000 cops in the USA, about 17% of those are federal grade. But you won't see most of them out there on the street because the federal police walk a federal beat. Of course, everybody knows about the FBI. They investigate high-profile capital crimes. Similar to them, we have the DEA enforcing drug laws for the DOJ. Hey, these sound just like the crimes my local police arrest people for. Why do we need federal police to do all this? Well, that's a great question, and it all comes down to manpower, cooperation, and responsibility. Every law that gets passed needs to have an executive functionary to ensure it's followed. Otherwise, it's just words on paper. States exercise a form of cooperative sovereignty in America through the federal government, while also limiting that power by passing and enforcing their own laws, many of which overlap with federal laws. Sovereignty is nice, but you have to maintain. The federals are moving if you vacate a lane. Generally, it's unwanted, but sometimes it's fine when you lack the manpower, the rights of the time. For instance, just consider how you're delivered your mail. The United States Postal Service comes without fail, but the mail has to travel through interstate lines, so the Postal Inspection Service keeps it safe and on time. So whenever state lines are crossed, a federal agency is involved? Never say never with the federal government, but that's about right. So things that touch many states like rivers, forests, Native American reservations, U.S. dollar, heck, even the U.S. government agencies themselves have federal agencies that look into them. Even the government knows that it can't trust itself. The offices of inspector generals can give it some help. Of all the different agencies, about 3/4 of these authorities investigating authorities. From nuke transportation to fraud mitigation, airplanes, cars, and trains and currency rotation. Agriculture, energy, and technology, U.S. law is overseen by the federal police. So if I don't break a federal law, the federal authorities can't arrest me? Oh no, they certainly can. Law enforcement officers can arrest anybody if they have probable cause to do so. Basically, if someone's endangering others or clearly committing a crime, or if a non-federal force requests their assistance, they can detain folks or arrest them. But federal police have limited resources and manpower and a very broad set of responsibilities they need to maintain a narrow focus on. So they're not meant to just waste resources on problems that can be more easily addressed by local authorities. And that brings us back to overlapping jurisdiction. There's a fella with a flak jacket hassling me. He's got some alphabet soup on his badge, you see, but now I have an idea of who he might be. A member of America's federal police. There you go. I feel like there was more to that, but it's already pretty long. I sang that for my wife once, and she was like, it's too much. I got to get the rhythm down, and I need to not be still sick when I do it. What do you guys think, though? Picturing a banjo-wielding skeleton talking to little Jimmy right now. What prompted the creation of this tune? Well, I promised people I would try to do some civics lessons so people would understand what the fuck is actually going on in their country, or at least my country. What really started it was actually fucking dumbass fucking Bad Empanada, who said something. He said one of the stupidest things I've ever heard in my life. Does America even have federal police? Very funny though. And it's like, yes, we have a federal police force. Not only do we have federal police, we have numerous federal authorities, inspectors generals and stuff. So I wanted to, I want to make that into a thing. It's just going to take a little while. That'll probably be, if I get it down and I can get it animated, it's going to cost for a shit ton of money to animate it. But that would probably be one of my biggest videos, period. I wouldn't mind doing some like Schoolhouse Rock style stuff. Obviously, it's not, illegally, it's not Schoolhouse Rock. To explain some higher level or less like gone over civic stuff, but high school house rock, yes. You should do it as a folk song like Alice's Restaurant. What is Alice's Restaurant? Hold on. What the fuck? He do be understanding the basic functions of the U.S. government. Oh, yeah, fucking bad. It's nuts. People, I'm gonna go grab a soda pop. I'll be back, and then I'm gonna complain about people, and then we'll talk about Tectone probably. Give me just a second. I'll be back. Civics Poggers, thank you for the $5. Neutral Chaotic. I almost forgot to say your name. What the hell? Oh, it's this. Oh, it doesn't exist anymore. There we go. There we go. Okay, I'll be back. Dead Bunny. Dead Bunny. Hello. It's me. I've returned. Haritos break. It's true. Behold, they call him Gumby. This is my bottle opener. Watch out. Watch out, he's got a gun. Shaggy dog story. Oh, hey, yo, watch out. Somebody's over here on fucking tvtropes.org. Shaggy dog story. Can I just say this? Moving on to a slightly different topic of conversation, can I just say this? There is no fucking way that Markiplier movie's good. There's nothing about Markiplier in my life. And by the way, I can say whatever the fuck I want about Markiplier. We're both from Ohio, okay? And he's not from, we're both from Cincinnati, and he's not from anywhere near where I grew up. I think he's a fucking East Sider. So, bupkis. I gotta get big enough that I can tell Markiplier to go fuck himself. No. I'm gonna be the true Cincinnati kid. Markiplier is so not Cincinnati. I forget that he was from there all the time. There's no one would ever hear me and be like, "Oh yeah, no, Tyler Bell's from Cincinnati." That's crazy to find out. Probably get somebody to be like, "That guy kicked the shit out of me at fucking Longworth." that guy beat my ass at fucking. That guy beat my ass in Mount Adams in 2012. Me like, I did. I know that guy. Because I was a bouncer. I was allowed to, okay? Cops were there overseeing the ass kicking. Fuck. There's just no way that movie's good. There's just absolutely no fucking way that movie is good. The premise of it sounds boring as fuck. It sounds like some little stupid ass little kid shit. What if... So I came up with a story, and the story is: what if all the stars went out, and the world, and the universe was full of blood, and you were in a submarine in a blood universe? I would say change the channel. Okay. The funniest part about it is it's fucking January, and people are like, dude, he's got one of the most successful movies of all time, or of the moment. It's like, it's fucking January, bud. It's fuck you. It's January. I don't know. If you never watched Red Letter Media, and then I guess Ann Carmulli was trying to capitalize on it or whatever, and he's like, I think that this could be pretty good. I think this could be a pretty good movie. There's this, and then Chris Stuckman made a movie called like. My brain just said Cedar Rapids. I don't know, Cedar Hollow or some shit. I don't know. It's supposed to look like Silent Hill, I think. And I was just half listening to Anthony Gramuglia talk about both of these fucking movies. And I was like, those sound like shit. Those sound like shit. He was, I think, trying to be complimentary. I don't do the Philip DeFranco shit. I have no solidarity with YouTubers. I don't give a fuck. I hate YouTubers. I hate them all. Fuck them all. Okay, fuck me for being a YouTuber. It's like, but it's the first gen of successful YouTubers. All the guys who are like Rob Scallion and fucking Fantano. I was just hearing them talking about The Wall, DeFranco and Markiplier, all the people that were like the early adopters of getting money on YouTube. People who were making like $1 million a year at the time of the first adpocalypse. I don't give a fuck about like that weird YouTuber solidarity. I remember fucking Philip DeFranco being all about it. He's like, yeah, I'm so happy that this YouTuber, I'm just glad to see a YouTuber getting on. Do you know what I mean? Like, we're past that anyway, where it's like, YouTube is not legitimate entertainment. Where everybody knows that fucking people watch mostly YouTube all day and then some actual fucking good shit. Why is this so loose? She said. Tyler never played Iron Lung? No. I watched like 2 seconds of somebody playing it the other day, and that looked like shit. It just looks like ass. It's how much is it? Tell me, Steam, how much is Iron Lung? Show me. Reveal your secret. Iron Lung. $4. A short horror game where you... David Szymanski.
I'm seeing some voltage irregularities in the instruments, so keep an eye out for sparks or flames or anything like that.
Bad voice acting.
We're starting to lose rates of signal. You'll be at 2 steps soon, so staying and be careful. You're on your...
Oh, God. March 10th, 20. Yeah, this looks like shit. Movie release date and final trailer. Bro, you got a 4 out of 5 from Bloody Disgusting? Does Bloody Disgusting rate things underneath a 5?
Too many to feed.
You're the first one down. All we have are surface scans. That's why you're there. Well, one of the reasons. We need this not just to see all of us. We need this. There aren't enough of us left to be throwing lives away. But there...
Yeah, this looks like shit. Shelby Oaks is bad. Not everybody was meant to be a writer. I mean, it's an indie game made by one dude. There's a lot of indie games made by one dude. Undertale was made by one guy, right? Calm down. And like here's the thing. Maybe you should get some more people to help you. I make stuff by myself, so I can't accept the criticism of like one guy made it. Like I'm a one guy that makes stuff. I'm the ultimate one guy. I will one guy my own chat. And the thing is, I don't give people credit for having like shit art because like they didn't have the tools to do it right. Do you know what I mean? Like maybe if it's like really exceptional, but it's still like rough around the edges, I'll be like, oh, okay, well, you know, this is pretty good. But then you like fucked up. I'm like, just fucking get, I'm gonna hire somebody to help you then. Did you make a bunch of money? Yes. Okay, well, you've been compensated thoroughly. You're not a 2-year-old. This is a piece of shit. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. This looks like shit. Sounds like shit. Visibly, it's shit. I don't know what you fucking want from me. It looks like ass. I just looked at the... Okay, let's just watch the Iron Lung trailer. I'm going to tell you guys why I don't think this looks good even as a trailer. You want me to fucking do breakdowns? This is... I'm going to demand this. from fucking Anthony Gramuglius. Don't worry, I know you can't see it yet. Oh, you guys can't even fucking hear it, can you? I forgot about that. There we go. You should be able to hear it now. There we go. So, I mean, we're already fucking way too dark. There we go. Look how fucking dark this is. Jesus goddamn Christ. And here's the thing. You can have darkness as part of your color palette. The way to make this better is just vastly increase the fucking green here so that it silhouettes him or something. Have lights somewhere else. People need to watch old horror movies to understand darkness again because they really don't understand it anymore. I don't know why. Turn on lights. You can make it look very dark. Hold on. I'll show you. Get out of my way, Buckley. Get out of my way. Turn this off. Right. Let's see. Turn off that fucking backlight. Right. Turn that off. Okay, look. Look. Do you understand? Look how dark it looks in here now. Okay? What in the fuck just happened? Do you see how much more moodier it is? All right? You see how dark it is? I don't know why I have that light on ever, but I turn it on. Now I'm down to one light, and it's a certain type of light. Do you see the kind of shadow that comes off of it? You see how it's fuzzed on the edges? But you can actually still see inside of the shadow if you look at my face. Like if you look at my mouth and my nose, you can still see that movement. That's a type of lighting. Magic. Watch. I'll show you another one. Please stop doing that, computer. All right. So I've decreased my side light, which is coming in from the side. I haven't moved any of the lights. I just focused that. Do you see this now? But you can still see the details on my face, right? And you can see that side glow. It's because I don't have a deadener here. So I have reflection off of this wall, okay? This is providing a minimal amount of fill because I've turned it down like super low, okay? But do you see how like it's dark now? Do you understand you understand the fundamentals of camera work? Look, you see how it's dark, but you can still see what I'm doing? You can still see my face? Okay, look, I'll juice this one up even more, okay? So if I'm on a control panel, right? Now I should have the light basically like right here on my face if I do it like this, right? But it's very dark behind me. I can't monitor this way, but like, okay, I'm talking this direction. I should have, 1/3 light. I'm talking this way. You can still see my entire face, but it's clear that I've got like one real bright light source over there. You can change the color on that. I'm not going to flip out gels and stuff, but do you understand how you can display darkness with very bright light on so you can still see? Show you again. Show you again. Show you more. Turn this one off completely. I'm going to turn it up and then I'm going to turn it off. And understand, it looks dark to you guys, but the camera is deciding what's dark or not. So, like right here, this is another trick. I'm out of focus. I'm past the focal plane, which is right here, right? Which is just a way to set up mood. And I can look very, very like intense if I'm looking at you like this. It's well lit, but it's not dark. And then if I'm up here, right, I've just got this backlight. Now without that fill, right, that was filling up the light on the front of my face, and I just have this side light. You can get these really intense cinematic looks. I have a bright light on. I can also, and I want to say this very explicitly, I can see fucking everything in my room right now because the camera is what's deciding what is and isn't bright. The lights are helping with that, but the camera is set to a certain level. But you can see my face. You can see my face. You can see how I'm talking, right? You can see the silhouette. The light's also hitting back there. So I have something behind me that provides, you know, a side light or a silhouette against it because that's lit as well. Here's another trick. Watch this. I will actually move the light this time. Okay. So this is what you would call just backlighting, right? So now I'm in shadow. I have that backlighting on. It's just illuminating behind me, right? But when I'm talking like this, you can sort of see me. I'm a little bit almost too dark, obviously. But you can see behind me because I've illuminated the space behind me. Now I'm going to fill this. Let me show you what it looks like with fill. And anyone that actually knows the right terms, I know I always mix up key and fill. So now we have this, right? Because I have the other light behind me, I'm going to pop off of the back. If I had another light right up here, I'd have a hair light. That's like 3-type lighting. And I still have this reflection a little bit less intensely off the wall. But now I have a lot of dimensionality to my face. You can see all my wrinkles and stuff because that's what the beauty light, that's what it's called, is doing. It's just the dish that's on there. A beauty dish. It just gives you, do you see this? How the shadow is not hard, it's fuzzy on the edge. You can actually see a little bit through it. And if I put my hand here, you can actually still see bits of my face. So these are like different ways to light, and you can tell it's dark. It's dark because the depth of the shadow that exists tells you that there's the light source is limited and it's not filling. Now if I go and I turn that other light back on, which I'm not going to do because I don't like it as much, it'll fill it up. But these are just like fundamentals of light. I like that nice side light like that, okay? I think it makes it like look vaguely natural. I'm gonna put this on. And because I have a big white wall right here, it shines out. Oh, it's still collapsed. I still had that light focused, so it's a little less harsh now. Because it's in a Fresnel. So, what do you mean get a Tectone story? Shouldn't have. Headphone sound didn't learn. It's only my hair. But like, this is just some basics of lighting that people just don't fuck with anymore. I don't know. I don't know why people have just like abandoned. Just start with a good harsh light and then build up to the soft boxes and the umbrellas and the cones and the snoots and all that fucking shit. Like, just start with some good harsh lighting and then like an actual artist fill it in afterward. And maybe they just don't have people on set that care to do it for them. I don't really blame the fucking lighting guys that are in Hollywood or whatever. I think it's really an issue of a lack of directorial intent, and it drives me fucking nuts. The other thing that drives me crazy is, I swear to God, nobody that talks about horror, especially, seems to fucking ever talk about lighting. If they do, they're going to be like, the lighting I thought was really good. It's like, because there's like red on somebody's face at some point. Like, okay, yes. They used a gel. Do you even know what that fucking word means? It drives me crazy. This film looks like shit in this trailer. We're going to watch the rest of this trailer, but this film looks like shit. I hate it. I hate it so bad. Oh my God. All right, let's watch. I'm going to fucking put this up a little bit. Either way, yeah. Just don't even, like, I guess they wanted to make it with as much natural light as possible, which is okay to do if you already understand how natural light works and you're like, you've studied the fucking paintings of like Rembrandt and the masters and you're making that fucking dueling movie that fucking Kubrick made. Okay, yeah. But other than that, like, it's okay to just put a green gel in somebody's face and just blast them with green light because it's coming from a thing. Just put a little fucking blinker over the top of it too. God, I hate it. It's not realistic. It's such a good response. Where's the light coming from? The same place the music is coming from. Perfect. Best response.
I see that question in your eyes.
So I know you're going to say, like, okay, look, there's a little flash, right? The problem with it is there's not enough heat. You can really show off a lot more of his face because there's nothing to look at. Okay? Even the light that comes on when we freeze.
I see that question in your eyes.
Even the light that comes on right here. Hold on. It's 2 in the front, right? Because I guess it's supposed to be the console or whatever. But if I show you what this is actually, what it could look like if it didn't suck, I will show you the best thing ever. Hold on. 2001, A Space Odyssey. Screen on face. Images. Mm-hmm. Where is it? There you go. Open image, a new tab. So this is one of the famous, oh my God, it says IBM, it's international. Oh my God, IBM's going to ruin the world. This is how you do the same thing, right? If you want to talk about, like, do we have a guy alone on a spaceship movie? Yes. One of the best movies of all time is that movie. And a lot of it is him looking at screens. This is shot so well. Can you tell it's probably dark where he is? Yes. Can you tell it's claustrophobic? Probably. Even in this shot, you can tell the area is small. Why? Because you can see where the fuck he is. There's a little bit of red light on the fucking walls back there. Okay, it's a little bit darker than where he is. Fine. I got this nice bright light. This is not a natural light from a screen. No screens beam out their light like that, obviously. But your mind goes, he's looking at a screen and it says those letters on it because you put it together. It's a fucking movie. And before you say realism, Jesus Christ, it's Kubrick, okay? He got an FBI visit from an FBI officer during the Cold War because they were like, how the fuck do you know what the inside of this goddamn nuclear bomber looks like? I just figured that's what it would be how it would be put together as. Like, goddamn, this is how you shoot this shit. It's like, oh, you expect him to be as good as Kubrick? You don't have to be as good as Kubrick. Kubrick already figured it out. Just ape Kubrick. Just go like, damn. I fucking suck at making movies. Man, I've never actually turned on anything more complicated than fucking webcam. How should I shoot this shot? How should I make this scene come alive? I don't know. Well, I should stop thinking for myself and I should just do whatever the fuck Kubrick did. How would Kubrick do this? It's okay. And you know what? If you really suck and you're like, I can't even live up to that, just be like, I don't know. How would Refn do it? I have next to no talent as a filmmaker, but I like style. I don't give a fuck for substance. How would Refn do it? How would Nicholas Winding Refn fucking stumble through this? All right, just turn on 6 lights with red gels and have Gosling take his shirt off. You know what? Everyone can always stand behind have Gosling take his shirt off. Thank you, Nicholas Winding Refn. Like, this is it, bro. This is it. God damn, look how fucking... This movie that is from fucking a half a century after the one I just showed you. How is it just so much fucking shittier looking? This is how the level the lighting should be at the whole fucking time. Because I'm telling you right now, you're like, well, how do I know it's dark? This looks dark. Keep it at this level and then turn on a brighter light. And then people will go, wow, it must have been really dark in there. Fucking, I hate it. I hate it so bad. I don't know what the fuck is happening. I don't blame Markiplier. He's not alone in this. Who the fuck just stopped telling people how lights work? I'm not even all that good at it, but you can see my face and there's some dimensionality to the scene behind. Look, there's a thing behind me. I'm in space. I'm in an area. What the fuck? Tyler, your background isn't a bookshelf full of shit. I know, I'm so sorry.
I see that question in your eyes. For what purpose do we remain alone in the dark?
Beginning the descent. Cruising depth in roughly 2 minutes. Stand by.
Jesus, is
I
it
asked
dark?
myself that very same question.
I'm seeing some voltage irregularities on the instrument, so keep an eye out for sparks or flames or anything like that.
Why would there be flames? You did test this thing, right?
This is the test.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Listen to that fucking audio. Is this before they did any mastering? Is he yelling at this microphone?
This is the test. Closing porthole shielding.
Where's the...
Right?
This is the test.
Why would there be flames? You did test this thing, right?
What did they have just... Did they just have some random microphone in there with him? There's so much echo. Tell me that the fucking sound in this movie when he's talking the whole time does not sound like it's the room mic from the camera. Are they just using the camera mic the whole time? Tell me that's not the case.
This is the test. Closing porthole shielding.
Where's the...
Also, what is this? What are these shadows on him? This shadow work is fucking awesome because however, it makes him look like he has a gigantic Vlad Dracula beard. Maybe that's intentional. Is it because there's blood, right? There's blood outside. Is he supposed to look like he's Vlad Dracul? This is how we normally show that got Alucard and then some lightning flashes and you see this shadow and they're like, I think Alucard is Dracula spelled backwards. This fucking blood light should be bright as fuck. It doesn't matter if it's like accurate to the game. There's too much natural light in here. That's not doing shit. If this was bright, imagine this was bright and we put a little fucking fog in here. Make this shit look sweaty. Put some mist in here, like it's a fucking sauna, like it's like just killing you. It's wet. He already looks fucking wet. Imagine if this was a beam of light with fucking mist floating around in it. How fucking sick would that be? I guess it wouldn't live up to the fucking $5 video game then.
Closing porthole shielding.
Where's the reason for this quiet rapture? Too few to rebuild. Too many to feed.
You're the first one down. All we have are surface scans. That's why you're there.
See, this is a thing I miss about Spielberg. Can I tell you guys about movies? Spielberg would have so many particles in the fucking air.
Scans.
They almost have it right here.
That's why you're there.
Where's this?
Too few to rebuild.
Look.
Too many to...
You see this thing? This should have, whatever this prop is, there should be a few different parts of it. There should be whatever you fucking see during the day. And then there should be, like, or any other shot, there should be a fucking light in here. There's no reason not. There should be a bright light. Fuck this thing. This should have a light in it. Okay? That's shining. And they just put some particles in the fucking air. Get a mister, get a fucking smoke machine if you're a fucking cheap motherfucker like me, and let that beam cut through his fingers so that each one of his fingers is like, has a hole in the light. Wow. Like, that is what you need to be doing in a small scale endeavor like this, because there's nothing else to fucking look at. If the whole movie is just fucking black as fuck like this, just completely... Dude, the histogram on this thing is a fucking like this. If this is, look, it's this. If you're the person that did cinematography on this film, tell me right now. I want you to come clean. Did you color grade this with a histogram that looked like that? Okay. Just straight against this side. What do we have? Well, we have a series of the color black. It just... Why'd you even use film? Why'd you even have a set? Fuck that. Don't even make a set. Just fucking, just have the guy in front of a green screen and then just turn the green screen black. You save even more money. Have him go, oh, fall around and shit.
Feed.
You're the first one down. All we have are surface scans, that's why you're there. Well, one of the...
We fucking, is this supposed to be blood on there? Is that Jalo? We got a good Jalo orange on the blood. I don't hate that. I don't hate that.
reasons.
Can we just agree?
No, that was your fucking money shot scene. Absolutely not. This needs to be completely fucking rescored. The Foley here is dog shit. Come on, I can never go back far enough. They've got those. Okay, I understand you want to do the Hans Zimmer. Everybody loves that. Are you doing a horror? Is this horror? Is this scary? Bomb. 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 God, I hate that shit. The Foley's horrible. That fucking bump should not be happening in this section at all. This is where you show off. If you like, have you never seen movies? Like, who fucking made this? Have you never watched a movie? This is where you show off your fucking SFX guy, okay? Or not your SFX guy, but your fucking sound guy. Sound and Foley, it needs to be going on this, and I want to hear good hull compression noises. Whoever fucking did the sound design for this should be watching like every fucking submarine movie ever made. It should sound like this. Wow. Like that should be the one noise. You should feel like this thing is barely holding itself together. And those noises should be loud because he's in a fucking submarine alone. Every fucking noise that this thing makes is like, it should be nails on a chalkboard. You should be like, oh fuck, is he gonna make it? Do you know what I mean? And that's not being sold in the trailer alone. This sounds like shit. This light needs to go away. I don't know why this light is here. You already have your little green indicators. Okay, these should be nice and bright. You don't need that. This is just in the fucking way. What does this light do? Anyway, okay, because let me just explain this to you. Okay, from a fucking, okay, in the video game, if this light's here, it doesn't make sense. Lights illuminate, but a light that's direct doesn't illuminate, it blinds. So if you have two illuminated things that you need to see next to a fucking direct bright white light, you're not gonna be able to see them as good. This shouldn't be white. It should be red more than likely because you're underwater. You're gonna go fucking insane with green light or fucking with yellow fluorescence and shit on the white lights, 3500-ish, whatever the fuck Kelvin, or I can't remember the fuck temperature it is. But like, this is not a good place for a light. Light should be up above and then go down. This is a good place for a light, that hole, because then it can come back and forth. Oh shit, I gotta look outside. Big blood light, blah, comes in red. Okay, cool. But then there needs to be a color palette, like addressing, right? This green is very important. Green is good. Green is a healthy, good light in this world, okay? Obviously, the red is bad. Get rid of all this yellow. Get rid of almost all of this yellow. Put it back here somewhere, and that can be our normalcy light. I'm going to guess that this, if they have any kind of filmmaking ability, this light gets broken at some point, and then we switch just to green and red as you get more desperate and you run out of options kind of idea, blah, 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 blah. But like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? We got pipes on the wall. We got these wires. None of this is casting any light because actually behind him, he's got all of his fucking soft boxes. You can see the fucking soft box casting these dispersed lights, but you shouldn't have nice dispersed light in a fucking submarine. It should be harsh, necessary only lights, okay? And blood light. And then maybe like a little bit of extra to like fill that people can't tell. This fucking light is so glaring. It's so in the fucking way. That light could be facing down toward the console like a spotlight in work. Yes, and it should only be doing, because that's when it would work. You know, fucking illuminate the console. You know what I want right above my computer? This light that is shining into my fucking face, making it impossible to see past it. That's great. It's the best possible light. It's not. That light is for illuminating my face. It also only works because I'm looking at the camera. The light's actually next to and above the camera. If it's not there, it doesn't need to be on. If I was trying to show you guys this view, you would go like this. What the fuck am I looking at? This is just looks like you just showing me a whole light. Like, yes! It's fucking dog shit.
Can we just agree this is important? Food, air, we need this, not just the sea is important.
Also, yeah, we need to address this. We need to address this. You are in the wrong position. The camera's in the wrong position. We have useless information. Let me show you how to put the shot, right? This is another issue I see with fucking shots all the time. We go into detail shots here. This is a medium. Kind of just, this is a conversational shot, right? Medium shot. We're at waist up. You can kind of see where his hands are going. This is a head shot. See, it's my head. It's a shot of my head. Head shot, right? If it was a medium, I go a little bit back. I can't do it right now because the camera doesn't autofocus, but this is a conversational shot. The conversation needs to be between two things, right? Could be between a man and himself, man and the atmosphere, man and the world. Right now, this is a conversation between a completely unilluminated man with a badly, if this was just right here or up higher and shining light on this, you can see his silhouette. But right now, this is a man in the dark having a conversation with pipes that aren't making enough interesting noise or doing anything that makes you want to see. This is what's actually trying to talk to him. He's completely covered it up. This is how you do this shot. You move this camera this way. And you have him doing whatever he needs to do. Look at something, busy his hands up, and have that thing start going off in the background as he's trying to fucking track these noises, okay? And then you cut to this thing. If you got to cut to anything, you cut to this thing going fucking crazy, and then that can hide the movement cut for him moving closer to it or whatever the fuck. But you have this. This should be here. He should be here with his face to the camera, right? As this thing is trying to basically literally talk to him over his shoulder. That's how you inform the cinematic language of the scene. You don't put him where he's going to step in the way of the only thing that's happening in the scene. He covers it up. He covers it up. You know what I mean? This is just a trailer, I know, but like the trailer is full of like issues. This cut should be to that thing. And then we need to see the threat. We see conversation, warning, conversation, interruption, warning, threat. Okay. This is what that little button's doing is basically the same thing as any like 80s sitcom. Like, you need to, are they right behind me? And then you turn around. It's the same thing as a comedic setup where you are doing one thing. This is trying to interrupt you and you're not quite paying attention. That's where tension is built. To quote Alfred Hitchcock, tension isn't knowing there's a bomb, two people having a conversation knowing there's a bomb. It's seeing a bomb under a table while two people are having a conversation and no one is addressing it. It's like, oh, okay, well, what the fuck is happening right now? You know what I mean? That's the bomb. That is literally, it's ticking. It's literally ticking, but you're moving in front of it, right? Maybe that looks better in the show, but I mean, a trailer should be a collection of your best moments so that people go like, damn, I really got to see this. Or at least moments that really highlight the quality of it. Now, if you're going to do a small scale production, you got to have like some good looking shit here. I know I'm talking out of my fucking ass. Maybe if I ever get to make something like this, and by ever, I mean like in the next year or so, God will, inshallah, I will not make all of these mistakes, but I hyper fixate on stuff like this when I'm shooting. So maybe I won't. Maybe I will, but maybe I won't. Okay. This should cut to a detail shot of that. This is the standard rhythm for shots, right? Any story can be told and should be told in 7 shots, right? You go your detail, or you go your wide, establish, whatever, medium, conversational, and detail. And you go back and forth from detail to conversational again and again and again and again. Or you sit in conversational. Then you have your prestige shot or whatever, informational, big, beautiful, bold. You can get a lot of fucking detail shots in something, and then that can articulate a great deal of stuff. This is a detail shot. You see how we're focusing on the detail. Very close in. Obviously, the aspect's never going to really change, but people do not fuck with establishing shots anymore. I don't know why. They're the best thing. There's almost nothing better to craft fucking disturbing images and shit in horror than establishing shots, because they are the best way to give a sense of scale that's usually needed to highlight how alone or crushed or whatever the fuck somebody is. But you've got to go back from these mediums to close-ups to details. Close-up and a detail is not technically the same thing. A detail shot is usually not on a person's face. Or if it is, it's going to be like their eye or their mouth or something, which you don't really do very often unless it's like French cinema and very, very good. This fucking light up here driving me crazy. Imagine how much better this would be if it was just, like, look. Just fucking edit this for you. Look how better, look, the shot's better. Just get the fucking thing out of there. Oh, God damn it. Now I've gone and done it. There it is. Just get it out of there. And look how much better the shot gets. Light, no light. Imagine if it was all the way down here and you couldn't see all of that. You just see this green. I mean, at least they're kind of trying to get it on a third. I don't know what's up with this I don't know why you have to have this big angle unless this is about to pop open.
Can we just agree? This is important. Food, air. This is important. Food, air. We need this, not just the COI. All of us. We need this.
There aren't enough of us left to be throwing lives away, but there is too.
This blocking is bad. This is, we don't want to make the actor uncomfortable blocking. He's just kind of like, he's very neutral. Okay, this is definitely something to learn from Kubrick. The angle of the actor relative to the camera informs emotion. Okay, all the time. Intense emotion hunches people. All intense emotion hunches people. Desires for violence, sorrow, defeat, even victory hunches people, right? You put your head down. You're smiling, Hitchcock, it hides your face. You can get down there. You start your fucking, what's his name? We all just go a little bit crazy sometimes. You get down, right? If you're cautious, you got your head low, your eyes sink into the shadow. All right. If you're feeling like really, really, really comfortable or, grand, you're high up. You know what I mean? Like this. Da-da-da. This really neutral shot with his chin very high and his forehead cut off is very comfortable. It is a zoomed in streamer face shot. It's highly neutral. This is a neutral shot. Talking heads. It's just purely conversational between me and you, which makes it feel like there's no stakes. There's different ways to do this. I'll show you. Watch. Let me articulate head position. Okay. So I was showing you this before. Okay, let me drama up the light a little bit. A little bit of drama. All I'm going to do is turn one off. Turn off one light. Okay? And then I talk to you like this. You see how this is a lot more intense? Okay? And now I'm just sort of in the side. Now if I go over here to the side and I'm talking to you this way, this is more intense. I'm looking around. This is a more intense, because also when you come back up, when you have your character's face in shadow like this for a few seconds, that's where the audience will go, what is he thinking? It's how you can convey the idea of internal dialogue without putting internal dialogue on the screen. I'm not going to give away my emotions for a second because I'm thinking, and then you bring them back up into the light and have them do something. Now, you can also change the position of people on the camera, still facing front, and it can affect it. One of my favorite shots that you often, Boardwalk Empire's cinematographer uses these excessively. The Coen brothers do this a lot. And it's the I call it the lonely guy shot. I don't know how to do it, how to call it otherwise. But you put people very low in the shot, right? And isolate them like this, and then have them like addressing the camera. By putting them low and sticking them back, down or whatever, you can have this idea of somebody kind of talking up in a way at someone that makes it feel isolating. You feel how all of this space is still being used, all of this camera area. And I'm not even in a good aspect ratio. I'm in fucking square. You can also have people like this. This is comedic, centered, stuck down low. And so there's a lot of different things that you can do. Now, he's got this like fill light in that green. This gel green that's on his face is killing me because it's so indistinct. It just dies there. They finally got a backlight on him. Okay, I guess we're gonna get some use out of that thing. But like it doesn't come over to the side of his head, and it's sort of just distracting. And he's just sitting there, right? Like, do you see how much more intense this is when I'm just talking like this? You can still see my whole face. I have one light on in this room. There's one light, there's a reflective surface, and that's it. And you can get this much work out of it. And the contrast does so much more to convey an emotion or a feeling than kind of acting can do, right? You're every still a painting type shit. You should always be able to like sit there on any still and have it work. I'm talking big shit. I hope I pull it off when I actually make something. But like that's how much turning off just one light can do. And you can just keep turning the lights off in the ship. You know what I mean?
Left to be throwing lives away, but there is too much at stake not to take calculated risks. Eden doesn't understand that. You don't understand that.
I just want to live.
That line read is amazing. Did they get Sly Stallone in here for that?
Throwing lives away, but there is too much at stake not to take calculated.
Look, they're even doing tight field of focus and out of focus.
Just to seal all of us. We need this.
There aren't enough of us left to be throwing lives away, but there is too much at
There
stake
you
not
go.
to take calculated risks. Eden doesn't understand that. You don't understand that.
I just want to live.
I just want to live. I just want to live.
Is that so wrong?
Is this tax evasion? Chat, is this tax evasion? The Steve Buscemi shot? The one I'm thinking from Boardwalk Empire is actually somebody else. Buscemi's probably shot like that before too, but I just want to live. Oh, Adrian, I just want to live. Is that so wrong? What the fuck is that?
Why doesn't anybody else want that?
Is he about to shit? Can we get Mr. Markiplier out of the fake submarine? Mr. Markiplier, do you want to hit the head real quick? No, I was just acting. You sound like you really need to take a shit. Are you sure? Is this acting? This is acting. This is acting. I just want to live. What's wrong with that? Anybody else want that as well?
Live. Is that so wrong? Why doesn't anybody else want that?
My man's about to fucking take the biggest shit right there. I mean, I guess it's the movie. That just it looks like ass. It looks like a bad movie. Maybe I'll watch it and make fun of it or something. To be fair, it looks better than Melania. I mean, come on. It's fuck you. It's January. This is when I would also release a movie because I don't have to compete with anybody if I did. It's the best time, you know? I mean, for a while, Christmas was when you put out horror movies because it's fucking Christmas, okay? Nobody's got anything to do and you don't have to compete with like real films. Fucking put that shit out on Christmas, okay? I just love the win against Hollywood. I don't know what the win is. I mean, Hollywood probably still got their nut off this. The game Iron Lung is about an hour-ish max. He's right behind me, isn't he? Mark is breaking the form, Tyler. Keep up. Okay, sure. I don't think Mark is really an actor. I don't know. He is because he's the lead in the feature film. I don't think this guy's really an actor. Well, he is now. You know, it's like the same thing. Like, I don't think this guy's really a bus driver. Well, he is driving the bus. So there's that. Markiplier's experience in making film adjacent stuff. What, a YouTube? These are all films. Every YouTube movie is a film, right? These are all films. It's just different, right? It's fucking worse than TV. If I'm not mistaken, you shouldn't cut the person's forehead when you frame their face. You can, but it's just an extreme close-up. You have to keep this is the final box, is your eyes and your face, but you usually don't want to go in that close, and you're probably fucking up, honestly. You really don't need a lot of close-up. Close-ups are like way overused in Hollywood for the last like 20 years. I don't know what it is. They're not good. Shot and reverse shot has made people lazy as fuck. I mean, whatever. Professionals make their money. You're multimillionaires. I get it. I just don't like your shit that much. I like a nice, long, breathed out, wide angle shot. Dude, it like old Hollywood stuff. A person walks in, okay, and they pan right. They pick something up off a table, and then there's a big pan left, and they go and they sit down in a completely established third shot outside of the initial pan, and they actually also happen to be different shots. It goes from establishing to close-up to wide without ever changing the lens, film type, or making a single cut. Oh my God. You know what I mean? It seems like crazy nowadays when I actually see good, solid filmmaking. I don't know what the fuck is happening with people. Shout out A Night of the Three Kingdoms, or A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. That's fucking great. They do a lot of good character work. They have people having conversations without being in shot and reverse shot. I never want to see shot and reverse shot outside of a fucking comedy. I swear to God, I hate it. I fucking hate. Shot reverse shot is two people, you know, chest up, having a conversation, and it just goes blink, 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 blink. It's the easiest way to have a conversation. It's super simple. Shot reverse shot. Very fucking simple. The problem with how simple it is it's fucking boring. It's boring as fuck. Nothing happens. So unless the conversation is great, because, you know, you're watching like fucking Curb Your Enthusiasm uses a lot of shot reverse shot. They use a lot of good conversational medium shots too, though. But they use a lot of shot reverse shot because they let people riff, and that's how they cover up the cuts in all of the riffing. Based. Great. Okay, cool. In a lot of shows, though, like, you're not letting the like vibe of the show establish. I think like fucking House of the Dragon did a lot of shot reverse shot. I might be crazy. I mean, it's not like that's everything, but it's like I don't need to see these two people reacting to each other close up again and again and again. Let me watch their bodies act, okay? Pull this fucking camera out. Let me see them around people. Let me see them doing stuff in the universe that you set up. Especially when it's a fantasy show, I want to see next to no close-ups ever. Because it's a fantasy show. I want to see the fantasy world that you built up around there. That's what we need, right? God damn. What the fuck was that line read? Is this secretly a comedy? I'm telling you, man. Yeah, this takes... I did not heat her. I did not. There could be context for that line delivery, but usually the studio would record a trailer specific line read if they really wanted to put the quote in there. I mean, yeah, you don't want like it. Don't put anything that's context specific to work in a trailer. It's a trailer. If you watch the movie, you'll find out that scene that we chose actually is really good. Like, okay, but I don't want to watch the movie that much because the trailer sucked. You were advertising this. You know what I mean? Like, your advertisement should advertise it. You know, if you really get to know him, if you just buy the product, you'll find the advertisement is nowhere near as good as the product itself. Okay, Billy Salesman. Okay, Greg Salesperson. Thank you for doing inverse marketing. Whatever the fuck that was. What you don't have to be all corporate about it all the time. Okay, then why are you making a trailer? Just cause? It's just for shits and giggles. Just throw anything in there. I got fun. Like, is he dying? Okay, cool. He's dying during that. You could have also just not put any of that in there. You could have not put any of it in there. That's a very speech-heavy trailer, by the way, as well. That is a dialogue-heavy trailer, if you've seen trailers before. I had to cut a few when I was doing my Da Vinci training. And it's like, you don't have that much dialogue unless you have a fucking narrator. And you don't have that many people speaking unless you have like an ensemble cast, right? Because you don't need all that shit. Or if you do, they're saying things that are like, we need to get the potion. The potion is the most important thing ever. Only that potion can reunite the kingdom. You know, like you stay really on message. But the whole trailer is just talk. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about any of this shit. Iron Lung is based in Asmongold's house. Oh, fair enough. Is that where the blood walls? Surprisingly competent is the very low bar that they managed to clear for a YouTuber film. LFAO. I mean, every time it's always the camera work and No Other Choice was nuts. Did you see that? I have not seen that one. I think I just heard people talking about it. Some guy that used to dress up like a clown with a gun. I'm thinking of the movie Rocky. That's what Tyler sounded like. It was. I was doing Sylvester Stallone, the actor who played Rocky. Thank you for noticing. Oh. What the heck is... Wait, somebody saying? The principle behind its social impact? What? He made a movie. You can give him a pat for branching out, but this seems like just part for the course. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I mean, that trailer point is basically any Tarantino film. Yes. I'd appreciate being ripped into more so I can figure out how to make better stuff. Yes. Public reviews have been better than critics online anyways. I'm not sure what you're talking about. My brother-in-law is an independent filmmaker. Stop acting like indie filmmakers are bad at their job to rationalize being overly kind. True. Can I say, by the way, Kill Mickey Mouse isn't pissing around. His brother-in-law made an indie film. What is it called? Anara? It won. His brother kind of knows ball. His brother won a fucking Oscar, I think. His brother-in-law. Sorry, that wasn't just a casual, like somebody went to film school. He made the film Anara that everybody was talking about. Kill Mickey Mouse is like, oh, you want to watch my I get that so often. Dude, you want to watch somebody's movie that I know that made? I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. What is it? And he's like, well, this fucking piece of shit. I don't know. Tits floating in a bathtub, the film. Oh, crazy. Like, what did you make? Oh, it's fucking, oh, it's up for an Oscar. Like, okay. Sick. Dope. You know another movie was an independent film? Ray. The fucking Ray Charles movie that won like every fucking award and also like a fucking Grammy. From what I've heard, is surprisingly well executed for being a movie directed and starring a YouTuber, but should have gotten some actual film experience on board. I mean, there you go. That's what it always is. It's like, bro, he's a multimillionaire. What the fuck is he spending his money on? What the I like if you're a nobody, I would sooner kill myself before I accepted, well, he did his best as a like final compliment for something. Oh, well, you did great for a fucking person that can't do good. Like, okay. Like, what happened? Like, oh yeah, I went in there with fucking Mike Tyson and he fucking punched my goddamn skull down through my asshole and I shit my own fucking brain out. Oh, wow, well, you did great for a person that doesn't know how to box. Yeah, I guess. What the fuck kind of compliment is that? And then it's something I actually care about. I'd clock it out. I write books. I think they're better than any of the other books coming out because I'm him. I'm fucking him. Okay? I want to be him. I want to be the guy. I can't imagine half-assing something that would have my name on it. It freaks me the fuck out. Elite ball knowledge. I don't even know what that means. Based and absolutely based. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Tangerine was better. Tangerine was all right. Tangerine pisses me off because people are like, it was shot on an iPhone, and they don't realize the iPhones were in like fucking like, it wasn't like shot by somebody holding a fucking iPhone, okay? They had like all sorts of shit going on. They have lighting, they have professional actors, they have people that know how to script supervisors, all this sort of shit. And then you just use an iPhone and shoot a bunch of fucking wide shots to get it done. You put them in you put the iPhones in like fucking small rigs and shit, like, which is a brand. They're small rigs, but small rig is a brand. You put them in small rigs and you got fucking, shotgun mics hanging off of it. And then when you're done shooting on iPhone at fucking, on the best iPhone that has the best camera at the highest possible in pro mode, then you put it in fucking like Adobe Premiere or DaVinci Resolve Pro, and then you edit the fucking piss out of it. Like, yeah, okay, shot on iPhone, sure. I'm fighting with one hand behind my back. I just happen to also be wearing fucking ice skates in a kick fight. This is a significantly more passionate and on-the-ball video game adaptation than we've really ever really seen. And maybe this kind of project with some actual experience on board could be great. Kill me. Like the fucking first step, the first season of The Last of Us hadn't already come out. Tomb Raider with fucking old fucking, what's her crazy face Brad Pitt wife, Angelina Jolie was great. I watched Hundreds of Beavers recently, and that movie was a fucking banger. It was made with a shoestring budget. I mean, you want to talk about a single person making a single movie. What the fuck is that called? He made two of them. Hold on. Independent time travel movie. Primer. Yeah, David Carruth, right? Shane Carruth. Yeah, Primer is fucking awesome. And that was made by a guy. This is the best fucking... Directed by Shane Carruth. Written by Shane Carruth. Produced by Shane Carruth. Starring Shane Carruth and David Sullivan. Edited by Shane Carruth. Music by Shane Carruth. Distributed by Think Film. American Film Distribution Company. Okay, actually not him. 77 minutes. Budget of $7,000. Box office of $841,000. Which means it made a little bit more than its budget. Just a touch more. Nearly $1 million off of 7,000 is crazy. And then he made Upstream Color, which I really liked. Upstream Color, directed by Shane Carruth, written by Shane Carruth, produced by Shane Carruth, starring Amy Seimetz and Shane Carruth, cinematography Shane Carruth, edited by Shane Carruth and David Lowery, music by Shane Carruth, production company ERBP. Distributed by ERBP. 96 minutes. Budget $50,000 to $100,000. Box office $584,000. Wild success. Like, dude, who'd you pay? Nobody. How much money did you make? Fucking what? $480,000. It's like nearly $500,000. That's more than I'm gonna make working at fucking Taco Bell. God damn. And I think people still buy that shit too. And everyone loved it, yeah. Because he knows how to fucking shoot stuff, man. It was a fucking really good movie. When's the Cruelty Squad movie coming out? Eventually, right? Yeah, Friends shot some stuff in the late 90s, and lighting was the difference between looking amateur and getting good shots. It's like 90% of it's lighting. Fucking 5% of it is lenses, and the other 5% of it's blocking. You can make anybody look good. Like, if you watch The Wire, none of the actors in The Wire are actors almost ever. There's a core group of actors in The Wire, which is like 10, 15 total people per season. Almost every other person in The Wire are just motherfuckers they found in Balmer. Found a guy in Balmer. Yeah, found a guy in Balmer. He had come, brought him up here. He put him on the screen. Yeah, he's fucking great. Oh, yeah, really? Oh, yeah. Why? Well, because we know how to fucking shoot on camera. And we have good writing. And then we just blocked it outright. And we did the sound good. We did the fucking lighting good. So that when someone just goes off and starts yapping in fucking Balmerese, they just sound great. Man, I'll get fuck you and that motherfucker come back. I swear to God, I'll see that motherfucker again one more time. Fuck, pop, up. Oh, this is the best shit ever. What is that? Oh, that's Greasy Joe. Who the fuck is Greasy Joe? Greasy Joe? Oh, he's famous over here in Balmer. You just give him like $20 and he starts going, we were filming over here and getting some local color, and these folks just said, oh, you got to put Greasy Joe in the film. Okay, cool. What did you do? We set up a camera because we're them when it comes to camera work. And we gave Greasy Joe $20, like everyone said. Not $1 more, not $1 less. Not a penny more, not a penny less. And he just started yelling at cars. Some of the best shit I've ever seen on film. Okay. Fuck yeah. Yeah, fuck yeah, indeed. I swear to God, dude, people couldn't do the most fundamental shit with cameras all of a sudden. I don't know where the fuck it came from, if it's just people hiring their kids or if like production just does not have respect for like lighting anymore and cinematography or what. Like it feels like there's interference because there's no way that someone that loves movies and gets to work in film and has seen half of the stuff that I have, and most of them have seen twice the amount, would ever just go like, this is what I want stuff to look like. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know that people can't be that bad. So there has to be something along the line that's just cutting people's legs out from underneath them. And I just really wish I knew what it was. Omar coming. Yes. In the realm of horror, Skinamarink made like $2 million off $15K. Dude, horror movies that pop off go crazy. Shot on iPhone with 10K equipment attached to it. LMAO, yes. You have no idea. I mean, if you gave that answer, you're like, dude, get a small rig on it. All right, you get the small rig. Fucking, I'll show you guys. I'll just fucking watch. iPhone, small rig, accessories. Fuck is Brandon Lee? So this is just a vlogging kit with a minimal amount of shit. And I'm not even fucking kidding you when I say this is a minimal amount of stuff. So this is B&H photo video. This is a small rig kit for an iPhone or whatever, right? So what you got here is you've got this is the rig, okay? That big cradle that goes around it. It locks this in place so that you can kind of move it around. You have this going to, okay, there is a battery pack back there. That's a small battery pack. Then we have the camera line going to what I'm going to guess is just a shotgun with a big ass dead cat on it. Then we have, just a little bit of a fill light so that people will have light on their faces. And we got 2 handles. This is small. And then we got a small rig. This is probably the most expensive part of all of this is this little tripod. This is a square top ball tripod. And yeah, it connects this way, so you can kind of get some mid shots. And then the battery pack's probably the biggest thing there. This is minuscule shit. I know that I own one of these. I own one of these because on the camera I can look at it right now. This rig rim for my camera costs actually like $200 or something like that. The ring alone, but like I got it for like 50 or something on sale. This is like these little handholds are like anywhere from like $15 to like $180 or up to $600 if you get the fucking big fluid swivel heads. Yeah, this is pretty fucking simple. If you keep going further and further though, they go crazy. So the way that they get bigger, I'll just show you off of the camera itself. So the first thing that they get, you switch this out for a full stabilizer. So you'll get something like a Ninja or not Ninja, J-Rig, whatever the fuck it's called. But it's a big thing down here and it actually stabilizes it, an automatic gyroscopic stabilizer that attaches to this so that it always stabilizes. That thing's got batteries in it. I tried to get one for my camera and I cannot find one that holds the weight because I prefer glass before I prefer horse shit. And this is all horse shit after the fact. The battery packs get bigger and bigger and bigger. Your phone camera's battery cannot shoot for more than a few minutes, ultimately. And for anything long term, you're going to want a big ass battery pack. So you're going to end up getting the fucking, what the hell they call that? I can't remember the company, but it's the 120, 240 X. They're power blocks. They look like this. They go on the back of most big cameras. I'm going to have to get one for mine if I ever start going outside with it. And then I'll have to get fucking, 15 mil rails and all that whole fucking kit and caboodle, yada, 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 yada. Because I got serious glass. I got like fucking, I got like Leica. No, I don't have Leica. I got Sigma. Right now I'm shooting through a Sigma 80, right? That's what you're looking at my face. Sigma full frame 80. Not particularly massively expensive. The nicest one I have is a Canon 50 mil 1.4 that I shot some stuff on. Hopefully once I'm not dying and sick and busy, I can actually get outside and start shooting some crazy shit with this. Do you use these kits for journalism mostly or creative projects? I don't use this shit at all. I would never shoot off my phone like this because I can just shoot off of a fucking camera. But after this, the phone basically becomes its own hard drive. It's kind of like the best thing about it is you could switch the phones out actually and have a few phones that are all just their own hard drives and cameras. So you pull the phone out and put it back, put the new phone in, and then have the old phone getting fucking pulled off onto the camera. But if you're shooting really long or really high def shit, you're fucked. If you want to try to shoot 6K video, you're done, okay? And you got to be shooting 6K for anything that fucking matters because of things down at delivery. It doesn't matter. You can still shoot 1080, you know what I mean? You could shoot a fucking 2K or whatever the fuck, but if you're going to be shooting anything that fucking matters, or most of the big projects that exist, people want more pixel bit depth and they want fucking HDR so that they can fix all of your mistakes in camera more easily when it comes to putting stuff in the editing booth. So you're gonna have gigantic fucking hard drives on the back of these things. You'll have a bigger, better mic. This mic is a little fucking ass boogers. This is probably like the fucking shotgun I have in my bag somewhere around here. Tiny. I don't have a big dead cat. That light is a joke. It just comes with the diffuser built into it. So that's gonna be like enough for maybe like, me and my two streamer friends go out and have sushi together. We can set this up on the fucking, set this up on the table and stream sushi stuff. But you're going to want a bigger light. Bigger light means bigger battery pack. And so you get one of those big ass fucking 120, 240 battery packs that have a shitload of juice in them and that can be switched out with 2 or 3. Those battery packs start at like $500 and they go up to like, they skyrocket past 1,000 is the best way to say it very quickly. You start getting chip memory or full disk cards. My unit, do I have? No, I didn't get it with that. The other thing had it. But I have a little clip on mine for holding HD drives. Right now, I have a 650, I think, or 750. I'm leaning towards like 650 or 685 gigabyte card, type B, whatever the fuck, flash memory type B, whatever the fuck it's called, in my camera. And that thing gets eaten up shooting at 6K in about 45 minutes. So 45 minutes sounds like a lot to you, but if you think about it, it's not even a half of a movie or right around half of a whole movie. And that's definitely not a whole day's worth of shooting. And it takes a lot of time to move that many gigabytes of information around, right? So how do you get around that? You shoot with fucking hard drives on there. You get multiple memory cards. The memory cards aren't free. They aren't even fucking cheap. And once you start changing out memory cards, man, you play with you play with the devil. Okay, memory cards are Satan's fucking shell game of finding out like, oh fuck, the most important things I've ever shot are on there actually, and I didn't take them off because I don't know, I'm a fucking I should be shot out of a cannon into a fucking wall. So I'm looking at losing 680 fucking gigabytes of something if I accidentally formatted this because I wasn't paying enough attention, which is why the Blackmagic Cinema camera has like a 5-second delay for formatting. And it's a whole thing, right? So this rig just expands and expands and expands. You fucking start hooking all the stuff up. I like that it's got a fucking leveler right there. That's nice. But I mean, you start looking at my shit. Do I have anything I even want to show anybody? I mean, just my tripod alone is over there in the corner. I got a Manfrotto with a fucking fluid head, and it's mid. I've had that fucking Manfrotto tripod since 2012. I had it since 2012 because I basically humiliated myself trying to shoot stock footage of an office because I could not get a pan of the office at all. I could not get a pan shot because I was shooting off of a mom and pop fucking nothing tripod, one of the kind that cranks to get it higher, right? Like an actual still photo camera tripod. So you needed some of the fluid head so that it basically, the fluid head creates drag. It just got like thick ass grease in it or something. And it creates drag so that you don't go like this when you're trying to pan. Because I'm telling you right now, you'll see it. Any pan that has a hitch, a skitter, or a slight increase in speed, everyone can fucking see it. Your answer is budget and studio heads, Tyler. There's no lack of talent, just people want shit done at a ridiculous pace. I mean, sure, but to some degree, like, some of it's just some of it feels like people are telling them to make it cheaper looking. Like if you're gonna turn on lights, it does not take long to have the lights in the right place. You know what I mean? It would be to the point where sometimes it's hard to misplace a light if you just know how they work. Kind of like with these, I mean, it's not like it's, I'm not fucking, Villeneuve's a lighting guy, but I think it's fine. It's good enough for what it is, for sit down, stand up. I can turn one of them off and I can kind of work with it. It's like, some of it's not even time. It's like, just make it look shittier. Like I think there's producers going into these studios and being like, can you just turn on the house lights? Just film it. Just film it with the camera's built-in light. And they're like, this camera doesn't have, this is a fucking Blackmagic Ursa. It doesn't have a light built into it. What are you talking about? But well, fucking get one that has a light built into it and use that. What? Or what are you talking about? Ugh. Perhaps it'd be better organized if they unionized all the studios weren't just ships of Theseus. I mean, maybe. I just used wall plug-in LEDs for my student film. No battery packs. It was a nightmare. Dude, that's all I have. Like, that's all I got. All I got is fucking plugs. I'm stuck. Plugs are 45 minutes on the road. So that's exactly it. They don't want to pay people, so they don't allocate resources and time, and then people are working with what they have. They say fix it in post. I hate fix it in post. Okay. I promised some Tectone, so let's just look at some Tectone. I don't even promise it to you guys. I'm promising it to me, because I need to know. Okay, Faux-moi will do it for me because I just can't believe this is real. Faux-moi. Foamy. No, I'm not gonna log in. Tectone is a guy on the internet, and boy, do we wish he wasn't. If you guys don't know who Tectone is, he probably does need a bit of an introduction. He's bald. Okay, he's one of the internet's many bald millennial types. He's extremely cringe. If he's not a millennial, he's aging like shit. If he is under 30, bro, it might be time to pack it in and just cut the rest of the years out because I don't think they're gonna go any fucking easier. Tectone is a civilly confirmed rapist, I guess. I don't know. I haven't really looked into it. I didn't care too much to look into it. Okay, that's just shine from the camera. I do just still look like shit. I got some red ass fucking eyes. Dying. I gotta double check these super chats. By the way, I'm sorry. Moon and Annie Prophet, thank you guys both for 10 gifted subs each. 10 gifted VOD Gang subs. Thank you. Thank you very much. Tectone after losing his essay case. So yeah, he lost a sexual assault case. Tectone was like, I don't know, just like one of those like FaZe Clan adjacent type gaming streamers. As far as I know, I don't really give a fuck. His before time career is dead. It does not exist anymore. Whatever the fuck was happening before all this shit popped off is over. And now he is a guy who everyone calls a rapist. People started digging into his life because adults gained the ire, or he gained the ire of adults instead of just like, I don't know, the children that watched him play Minecraft or Valorant or whatever the fuck it was he did. And they found out that his dad was one of the biggest rapists in U.S. military history, which is fucking crazy, to the point where his behavior like inspired the service members like anti-rape act or some shit. I don't even know. I was watching other people talk about it. Fucking awesome. I don't particularly care about him as a person. He, since the great undoing of his actual like normal person career, he has just basically spiraled completely into desperate right-wing grifting, which seems to be the case now. Like if you're a fucking aging white guy and you do a sex crime, you just immediately go, I am a Christian, I hate black people, or at least I really like it. I really like it when black people are like put out and weirded out by like blackface and shit. I hate gays, I hate trans people, I hate pretty much whatever you want me to in the moment. I am your ally in essentially evil, as just a guy who was put upon by a system that normally benefits guys just like him, but he still took too much, i.e. raped somebody, and so now he just looks crazy. It has been one of the most like pathetic adjustments to a new way of life and I feel like the only thing I know about him really is that he has been going through his own midlife crisis. He commented on my Hassan Caller video. He was like, brother, can I borrow this? And I was like, it's really hard for me not to tell you to kill yourself, man, but you probably hear that enough anyway. Whatever, dude, you can share it because it needs to get out there. I really don't like you. I fucking really don't like you as a person. And so, like, the rabbit hole just continues to rabbit is really all I can say about this. Let's see if I can get this into full screen so it's a little bit more responsible with its size. And I'm not going to pretend like I'm super in depth on it. I just heard these headlines and I started laughing so much that I was like, I'm definitely going to talk about this on stream if I do a stream anytime soon. It just so happens that the FBI visited me today, so I had a reason to stream, and so now I also have a reason to talk about this. This is an R Faux-moi post by Krusty Babushka, or Crust V Babushka. Streamer Tectone after losing his SA case. A civil case is essentially a vibe check to where they see, how are the guy's vibes? Unfortunately, I run my mouth way too much. And then on top of that, it said, streamer he also admitted in court to being an unmedicated, undiagnosed schizophrenic who only has hallucination of people's faces melting about once in a while or whatever the fuck. So we're gonna watch this clip. Let me bring it up.
Want to act. A lot of people want to act like they're lawyers these days. Okay, they do. What is a civil case? Spoiler alert, guys.
First and foremost, this is shout out your grandma for letting you move back in, because there is no other. This is we ran out of places like this forever ago. My man is streaming from a Hewlett Packard. Fully spelled out, not even HP. This is a Hewlett Packard pavilion. Fucking. Are you done with the family computer yet, techie? Like, dude, this is, look, they got a fucking skull on the wall, some fucking vaporwave shit. But all the rest of this is just Grammy's basement. Oh, we all used to sit around the very large radio in the corner and listen to the Lone Ranger. Like, these walls are crazy to me.
I lost a civil case. I did. Hey, I did. And we're going to talk about, I lost. It's true. And we're going to talk about everything. What is a civil case? So a civil case is essentially a vibe check.
Incorrect. A civil case is one of the two types of court cases in America. America's courts are divided similarly to fiction and nonfiction. I'll give you that. Look, you can try that, but not really. Into civil and criminal courts. Criminal cases deal with crimes, literal crimes, i.e. violations of states and federal law relative to usually the harm of a person or the harm of the good order, harm of the good public order, harm of individuals, etc., etc. Civil cases are tried in civil courts. They have a different standard of evidence than criminal cases do, and they are essentially based around property. Now, the human body is property. It is the property of the human who owns it. So your body is your property. So some cases that seem like they could be criminal cases can also be tried as civil cases. Civil cases, because there's something called the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, all civil cases have to follow the federal rules of civil procedure, right? Which basically boils down to a few, there's many of them, but just so you can kind of always gather, a civil case has to be based around a specific itemized loss of money, right? Now, that loss of money can come from destruction of property, from a diminishment of your ability to enjoy your life. But ultimately, it has to say that some harm was done, and that harm is property-based and relative to X amount of dollars. Whereas a criminal case has to say that the law and good order of the United States or whatever place has been violated. Some harm was done to a person, some harm was done to the public order, to the public good, to property, etc., etc., etc. And this has to be punished in criminal court. Criminal court is overseen by prosecutors. Criminal court is almost invariably, as far as I know, and a matter between states or the federal government and an individual or a corporation at times. So you'll see a prosecutor will build a court case, and it's an act of the executive functionary. Prosecutors will build cases against an individual. That individual will be tried. They'll be taken to court if they are arrested, etc. They will be indicted they'll be arraigned. Then they will be indicted if the grand jury so decides to take them to push them on into court, and from there they can plead guilty or not guilty, etc., etc., etc. Guilt and non-guilt are established as part of the constitutional amendments to the Bill of Rights as being, these are the rights of the accused, Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, 7th, 8th, and 9th, I think. I can't always fucking remember. I'm horrible with the latter ones of the Bill of Rights. But in general, criminal cases fall underneath what you would call the shadow of a doubt theory of evidence, right? So you have to prove people's guilt, their criminal culpability in an action beyond a shadow of a doubt in order to say that they are criminally liable and guilty of the thing. At which point the state will put some sort of punishment, which is usually some loss of maybe ill-gotten gains or property, but very often loss of time or loss of life, incarceration or execution. That's how it's done. Civil cases are done according to the civil procedure rules for both federal level and then at the state level. So the civil proceedings are not done based on a guilty or not guilty. Is there a reasonable certainty or there isn't a reasonable certainty that thing happened? And because of that reasonable, unreasonable certainty aspect of it, which is some lawyer can explain it a little bit more cleanly probably, the rewards and awards in civil cases are also much more malleable, right? So if I say, you defamed me in a non-criminal way, you've defamed me, yada, 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 and I prove that, I could say, I think that you did $20,000 worth of damage to me, okay, and to my reputation. And the courts will go, okay, well, yeah, these seem like reasonable. We'll hear this out. Jury, what do you think? Well, we think that there's a pretty reasonable statement that he did this. However, we don't think it's like that big of a deal. So what we're going to recommend is just like $2,000. Fuck them. Okay. Or you might say like, yeah, they did it, but you don't get a reward. Civil courts, tort law, all that sort of shit is the more complicated and much more common version of law. There's much, much, much more civil case happening everywhere at all times than anything else, right? And because it's basically any business issue that happens, civil case. Almost everything that, if you guys ever watched Better Call Saul, unless the cops were involved, almost all of that was civil litigation to some degree. Mesothelioma, civil litigation. Divorce court is I'm pretty sure, civil litigation. Although it might be called something slightly different. So this is me, I'm not a lawyer, but it is not vibes based. It is still very much evidence based, but it is just not beyond a shadow of a doubt. So you have to provide evidence. The evidence has to be relative. The federal rules of evidence and civil procedure rules determine what is and isn't acceptable as evidence. The courtroom is still governed by very strict courtroom rules. The lawyers that present the evidence they must be bar certified. They have to be attorneys to pass the bar literally into the courtroom. And it is a very, very serious, it's a very, very serious issue to be involved in a civil court case. They can be very expensive, yada, 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 yada. But they are not in any way, shape, or form vibes based. Outside of the most extreme explanation. Now, if I was going to try to bamboozle some idiots, as might be in Tectone's audience, I would say vibes based is how you should describe this, because compared to the beyond a shadow of a doubt, it seems like somebody who is the defense in a civil case has far less rights. They do have far less rights, but that's not because they deserve less rights or that kind of court. It's because criminal court is for higher stakes. The stakes in a civil case never rise above the monetary damage that is allowed to progress by the courts. It is always going to be some sort of monetary reward, and there are a number of rules, including bankruptcy, in place to prevent those monetary damages to an individual from actually killing them, right? Whereas a criminal case, you can be incarcerated for X amount of time, usually up to 20 years in most jurisdictions in America, up to 20 years to life, or murdered by the state, killed by the state via execution. So the stakes for a criminal case are considerably higher than a civil case. Even if you're like, I'm ruined, you're not quite as ruined as going to the withering box for 35 and maybe like being sexually assaulted or exploited for all 35 of those years. It's just a completely different setup. The way that civil cases can be wrapped up are numerous compared to criminal cases. Criminal cases, you can plead guilty, you can plead not guilty. Most people plead not guilty and then go to court. They can request a trial by jury of their peers, or they can plea. You can plead guilty and basically put a deal together and yada, yada. But you are guaranteed a trial by a jury of your peers. Not necessarily the case with civil court, right? Depending on what kind of statute you even ask for, you bring your case under, that statute might say, we don't ever go to a jury trial for this one because it's bullshit. This is only in small claims court because it's a amount of money less than X. It is a yada yada. Whereas for any fucking criminal issue in America, it's your fucking right to request a trial by jury, a speedy trial by jury, down to misdemeanors. They can all be sent to a fucking jury trial because you can request a trial by jury. You just probably shouldn't because the jury can go crazy on you. Or maybe you should. I'm not a lawyer. It's up to you. Whereas with civil cases, they can be figured out in a bunch of different ways. You can go to mediation. You can both willfully go to there's mediation. There's fucking goddamn the other one that sounds like mediation, but it's not. It doesn't matter. You can have a judge that's not even a sitting judge kind of look over your stuff and have you both agree to sign a case. You can go all the way to a trial court to have your civil case trialed by a jury of your peers. You can have summary judgment given by judges at any time, which isn't normally like the case with other stuff. It can be very, very complicated, and different issues can happen at different times. Also, double jeopardy is not necessarily doesn't quite exist between civil courts and criminal courts the way that you're thinking of. In criminal courts, you have double jeopardy protections, i.e., if you get tried for the murder of John Doe and then you get found innocent, they can't try you for the murder of John Doe a second time outside of some of the most extraordinary circumstances in the history of mankind. Whereas in civil court, you could get found innocent of the murder of John Doe and then go to civil court and then they say, well, yeah, this isn't beside the shadow of a doubt. We think that you and your conduct equate to some sort of damaging and libelous conduct in this issue. So we're going to say you probably didn't murder this guy. You got away with it, but you have to pay some amount of money, which is what happened to O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson lost a massive civil case against Nicole Richie, I believe. Is that? No, I don't think that's right. But he murdered his wife. Everybody knows he did it. He's dead now, so everybody knows he murdered her. He lost the civil case immediately after and lost basically everything, right? So he won the criminal case, paid out of pocket for it like crazy, and then still lost the civil case for murdering somebody. So it can go that way. Donald Trump is not a convicted rapist, but he is a civilly confirmed rapist because he lost a civil case where the one lady said that he raped her. Arbitration. Thank you. Yes, arbitration. Bench trial, arbitration. I was thinking of arbitration. There's a lot of different issues that go into civil case. Now, if you're going to a full civil court case, depending on what the statute is and what the level is, it could be federal, it could be state. It goes all over the place. The one thing that you should always know is that if you are an unarmed and uninformed civilian without a lawyer, don't go anywhere near civil cases. Stay the fuck away from them because you probably don't have enough money for it. And if you fuck with it, you probably won't get anything for it in the long run. They are for rich people and law firms, generally. Now, a lawyer might take you on contingency to help scrap because they think they're going to get some money. I won't get into all of that, but generally you want to stay away from them. Even if you're an informed person with a lawyer, the lawyer is 9 times out of 10 going to tell you you shouldn't fuck with this civil case because it is going to waste months, weeks, months, years of your life and thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of your dollars. And unless you are just pissed about it, it's probably not going to be worth it. Now, that doesn't mean that you should never go near civil cases, but civil cases are where really like law school law happens. People think of criminal cases where, my client is innocent as being like the epitome of law. And while there are some great victories and losses to happen there, when you want to go, oh, fuck, if you like seeing like the way that people peel apart mysteries and put together puzzles, the civil court system in America is where the geniuses live. For better or worse, the scariest lawyers in America are civil case trial lawyers. Legal Eagle is a civil court lawyer, and they get into it because they do live in nuance and subtlety and tricks of language and understandings of human behavior that can be extremely subtle. And it's fascinating how they argue their cases and where they go with it. As just a spectator watching it like a fucking, football game that I could never compete in, but can enjoy from the sideline. Civil cases are the most interesting. They are the most interesting. Vibes is the craziest way to talk about it. But that's my difference between explaining civil and criminal court cases and John Tectone's. So take that with a grain of salt if you're a Tectone fan. So is Tectone guilty? He's not guilty. He's liable, I believe is how you would say it.
To where they see, how are this guy's vibes? Unfortunately, I'm fucking retarded. Yeah, L for me. I'm fucking retarded, and I run my mouth way too much. One thing that I've learned, and throughout this slideshow, there's going to be consistent change. I am going to start tweeting 95% less. I uninstalled Twitter on my phone, and I'm not going to tweet for 1 week. Yep, because a civil case isn't determined by proof. It's determined by vibes.
This is untrue. This is categorically untrue. This is, you kind of can't go from the I'm a simpleton statement into the it's not determined by truth, it's determined by vibes. It is determined by truth. Evidence is presented and conclusions are derived of evidence, is what he's trying to say. You can have a different conclusion. This is running into the like, hey, why are Vosh's fans so stupid? Why are Hassan's fans so stupid? They look at the same facts as me, and yet they come to different conclusions. Here's the thing about civil court. Civil court is about making the most convincing argument that the conclusions you're deriving from the evidence are, in fact, the best way to describe the truth. In criminal court, what you're saying is, this is beyond a shadow of a doubt what happened. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, this is what happened. Now, in practice and in form, obviously these are going to be, not always aligning. This is not remotely a place for discussion of the criminal court system or your vibes about it. Okay, don't get distracted here. In a civil case, however, sometimes things might be just verifiably beyond a shadow of a doubt anyway. Like, hey, I got hit with, a spike from an airplane. The spike went through my eye and it has the airplane's fucking number here. It hit me in the eye. This is the place where the airplane was flying. The airplane company's going to go like, we're going to figure out how to talk around this, but like, give us a second, because that's pretty fucking conclusive. So what you do is you have to present evidence. These are the federal rules of evidence. If you break the federal rules of evidence, you commit perjury and you go to prison. That is a felony. It's a felony offense to lie to a judge or to mispresent evidence to a judge. It is, don't do it. Okay. So it's not based on vibes. Now the conclusions you could suggest are vibes based. You can make that argument. You would have to prove that argument as well. So if I say, this is a very good way to describe this. This is Hassan's audience being stupid as fuck. So I say on day X of year X, Hassan Piker was streaming between these hours. That is Hassan Piker. Can everybody see that that's Hassan Piker in this video? Yes, that's Hassan Piker. This is how this would sound. This is how boring it will be. Hassan Piker is a streamer. He's based out of Los Angeles, California. You can see that this is his home. We're going to provide you a few more evidentiary shots. You can see these are from his Zillow listing. This is from his video house tour. You can see that this is his house. Yes. This is his dog, Kaya. Yes, okay. This is this kind of dog. Can everybody see that? If he's in here. Mr. Piker, can you confirm that that's your dog, Kaya? Yes, that's my dog, Kaya. Okay, thank you. On this day, while streaming at roughly around this time, which is actually represented by this time code in the video, you can see that the dog leaps up into the air after stepping down right here. We're going to play this for the jury. We're going to play this several times with permission, Your Honor, just so that we can let people get a good view of the video. With your permission, yes, sure, it's not going to be badgering or massively repeating the evidence. And we're going to break this down bit by bit so that people can understand what our interpretation of this video is. You can't say that we shocked the video, but during this video, Hasan Piker reaches off stream in this direction. We're going to circle that for you like John Madden. You guys like football? This is John Madden. It's the same sort of thing. Now, just because I'm circling this doesn't mean that this is certainly happening, but this is our belief of what's happening. You can see that right here at this point, the dog's hand is not touching this bed. However, the dog leaps into the air right at this point in the video. Everybody can see that. Thank you very much. We're going to continue on to the next point. You can see in videos obtained from this date and this date and this date, you see that this piece of equipment is actually kept on Mr. Piker's desk. Mr. Piker, if we point to this video, will you confirm that that's your desk? Yes. Will you confirm that that's you? Yes. Will you confirm that's you reaching over here to touch that thing? Your Honor, please. Yeah, I'm going to allow it, whatever. The item that you can see, we've zoomed in on here, is this. This is the RX-090 shock collar trainer main unit. You can see it's here, and in several other videos, he keeps it in the same place. Now, this is the same direction that on this day, he reached out of frame. Now, Mr. Piker, we know that you have multiple cameras going in there. However, we've not been able to get any of the additional video from this. Do you shoot video on those cameras? No, I don't. I keep them off because my lord told me to tell you I keep them off. Okay, thank you very much. When he reaches over on this day, the dog leaps up. Now, we're going to have two experts come in that we're going to talk to you about shock collars. First, we have Janine Rent. She is a professional. She's worked with dog collars for 5 years. Janine, could you tell us about this unit? Right, yep. This is a pretty standard shock collar in the training industry. This is the RX-090. It delivers an X-Volt shock. I've seen these in use for about 10, 15 years since it started being put on the market. It's a pretty solid, standardized design. It's not much different from other ones. Can you, now we're going to put this is the day after, blah, blah, blah. Can you see right here on the screen, this is the item that Mr. Piker is presenting? Yes. You'd say in later statements, you said this is a shock collar, Mr. Piker? Yes. Now, when we show you this on the screen, can you confirm for us whether or not that is a shock collar or a vibrational collar version of this? That's going to be the shock collar. You can see when the video is brightened enough for everybody to see that there's been some electrical tape placed on the back. Those terminals are removable. It doesn't take very sophisticated tools. Any kind of application of force can remove those terminals, and then you would have to cover up that section with electrical tape to keep hair and anything else from the dog from getting scratched or hair from getting into the electrical components. They could get shocked pretty easily after that. Okay, thank you very much for your time. Okay, next we're going to go to this person. You're a dog trainer. You've been a dog trainer for 10 years? Yes, I've been a dog trainer for 10 years. When dogs are shocked unexpectedly by a collar without any sort of vocal command, do they jump? Sometimes they can jump, particularly if it's the shock is unexpected or particularly high voltage, they can jump. Now, watching this, would you say that when he reaches off screen, speculation on it, right, would a jump that is like this dog, would this be something that you would see in a dog that's being electrocuted? Yes, it could be, it could not be, it could be either way. Okay, thank you. So what we're seeing is that Mr. Piker had a shock collar on this dog. It was modified, but that modification was only shown the day after he got into a lot of issues. Now, he has reached off screen a number of times in the past, and we've actually connected that to other videos. In this specific day, he reached over there, and the dog jumped immediately after that reaching motion. We've shown you on the other dates that is where he kept the shock collar initiation. Now, there is not a shadow of a doubt that this happened. We cannot prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that this for sure happened. We just do not have access to enough information to prove that. However, this is civil court. So if in a reasonable suspicion or you have a reasonable belief that this is what occurred, then this is going to be what occurred. Now, if you don't have that reasonable belief, we can't convince you otherwise. We've presented all the evidence. I don't know what to tell you at this point, but I believe, and my plaintiff Kaya believes, that this is what occurred. This is the only way to connect these disparate pieces of evidence in a world where, time and chronology and events interconnect and have an interplay with each other. This is the only way that these events can reconcile their coexistence. There is no other way to really explain this. There is just a shadow of doubt in a criminal context. But yes, again, I'm going to say this is not a criminal case. So if you reasonably believe that this happened, then it happened. And if you reasonably believe that this caused harm, then it caused harm. So that's kind of what civil case is versus criminal case in a very fast way. Now, if you're a lawyer, you probably just heard me say all that and you went, fucking chill, bro. All right. Why don't you go to the fucking third day of law school? That's fine. Explain everybody all this shit on yours. But as far as what you need to know, especially if you're an American citizen, as far as civics goes, that's the real difference. The real substantive difference is kind of just that as far as what Tectone's talking about.
And usually the way that court cases work for like criminal cases is you need to have proof to prove that someone's guilty. But in a civil case, I needed proof to prove that I'm innocent, which was hard and I'm a bastard.
So that's not true either. Innocence and guilt is not established in a civil case. So if he's saying this, he just is already going to be fucked. Civil cases do not establish proof of guilt or innocence. They establish liability, right? Liability. Do your actions have reasonable cause to have... Is the cause... or is the effect of your actions reasonably has been, have your actions reasonably caused this effect? If they have, okay. And then what can you say against it is important too, because the evidentiary burden is not specifically on the prosecution because there is no prosecution. The evidentiary burden is both on the plaintiff and the defendant, and the court isn't going to hear the case unless a significant amount of evidence is already established along with case precedent and the specific law in question, the civil law, the tort law, whatever, that is being brought up as a matter of the court. So like, hey, underneath, whatever, Kentucky Revised Code 123.456, shocking your dog, your dog can bring you to court because we passed that law. Your dog can bring you to court for shocking it, okay? And someone else can do it for you. Underneath that, you have to prove these three things: that the dog was shocked, that the dog is a dog, and that the collar was affixed by you and you are the one that pressed the button. Okay, yeah. Here, Your Honor, I have reasonable suspicion. I think all these things happen, and this is what I can achieve without the subpoena power of the courts being brought into play. After which, we get into civil court. Now the subpoena powers of the court get brought into play. Essentially, the ability to violate your person and your sense of privacy in order to establish the facts of the matter. Hey, you're not coming into my house to see if I have a shock collar. Unfortunately, the courts have granted me the subpoena power to search the premises of your home for this thing. Court said that it's okay. We're also going to be seizing your credit card records and your email history relative to any searches with these terms, et cetera, because we need to know the facts of the case. The court is not going to just rely on supposition and assumption. We are going to want hard facts. So we are going to subpoena you. We are also going to depose you. A deposition is essentially like cross-examination. It's not the same, lawyers, obviously, but it looks the same. A deposition is like when you interrogate a witness on the stand, right? Or you examine a witness on the stand. So a deposition is sort of the same sort of thing, although it's done out of court. The court will give you the authority to subpoena somebody for a deposition. Deposition has to be filmed. It has to be done with all sorts of legal issues attended to. It is not the same as a police interrogation or a cross-examination in a criminal case. It has different situations, but essentially perjury is still illegal and it is a court document entered in. So you get sworn in, you have to answer everything under the color of truth, but you don't have to answer everything. But also you can't say that your Fifth Amendment rights are being violated for due cause and say like, well, I'm not going to speak because I don't want to incriminate myself. You have to give an answer because it's a civil case and not a criminal case. Because the stakes are not that high, the standards for not violating your personal rights or your ability to not self-vindicate are not there as well. So if someone says like, dude, why did you went to that person's house on Thursday? Yes. That house caught fucking fire and then you were running down the street. Yes. What did you do in that house? So in a criminal case, you say, I'm not going to answer. I'm going to plead the fifth because I don't want to incriminate myself. Now, I might not have set the house on fire. I just went in there and I just started peeing on the guy's furniture which is also still a crime. So, breaking and entering and peeing on furniture. But I don't want to get hit for that. I don't have to provide incriminating evidence against myself, right? In a civil case, and then you might say like, well, hey, beyond a shadow of a doubt, we don't know that he set the fire. It could have been anything. So we can't convict him of that. In a civil case, why did you go in that fucking house? And then you ran down the street like 5 minutes later and it was on fire. Kind of seems like you set the house on fire. Well, I didn't. Well, what did you do while you were in there? In that case, you want to tell them, well, I went in there to pee on his furniture because I fucking hate him. And while I was in there, I saw that like his microwave was on fire. And so I ran away because I don't know how to put fires out. Oh, okay. Yeah. Now maybe you will get criminally charged for that later. But if you just say like, whatever, they're going to go like, well, we think that you set it on fire. And if you don't want to fucking give us a reason why you didn't set it on fire, that makes sense. Then you were the only person in the house and then it caught fire and then you ran away. So that's weird as fuck. Now, you don't want that to be the standard for a criminal case because that just puts you in a shit position. You do want it to be the standard for a civil case because it's going to be the only way to find out the closest color of truth to the matter, right? Especially when it comes to situations of uncertainty.
So essentially, the court decided that I'm a vibe rapist. And my vibes were fucking terrible. So the thing that I learned is Tectone.
I would say that Tectone is definitely a vibes rapist. As long as probably also a real rapist as well.
Stop fucking tweeting. Because my vibes are fucking terrible. And I don't think I've ever been on Twitter and done something where I was like, you know what? I'm going to tweet something that's positively going to affect my life. But yeah, the vibes are fucking off. The vibes are off. All right, so I lost the vibe check. It's true. Next up.
Okay, so he did a whole slideshow. Is there just a link to that? L for me, I'm confused, disgusted. I want to lie down. Where's the schizophrenia thing? Okay, where's the original link? FOMOA, you motherfuckers. Okay, give me a second. I've got to look this up. Tectone, 1 year ago, playing mouthwashing as a diagnosed schizophrenic. What? Okay, hold on. YouTube, Tectone rape case. No, I don't want you to access my fucking legal mindsets on here. Okay, just take me to YouTube, please, for the love of God. I ain't trying to be on the internet anymore. God damn it. Still making pretty much a lot of money. I don't see this anywhere, though. I'm back. Let's talk about it.
There was that guild in Skylanders Ring of Heroes that was cheating, and I told the let's get into it.
Okay.
What is a civil case?
All right, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then I'm going to go over this. Okay, I'll be back. All these viewers went away because they found out the FBI is not going to throw me into prison. Decky Done. Oh, grapefruit Doritos. Definitely low on the tier list. I learned something today about court cases. Tectone was useful for something. There's a rarity. Where I'm from, in a criminal case, they have to prove that you did something without a doubt. In a civil case, the part that have the better proof wins. Yeah, pretty much. Ish. I mean, that's basically it for civil. I can't really argue with that. More subtlety to a degree, but pretty much, yeah. contribute to the Sweet Cheeks Legal Defense Fund. It's true. I'll get sued eventually. Everybody does, right? Boo-doo-doo-doo-boop-boop. Let me actually move this over here, and then we'll get the pop out. What's a civil case? We watch this. This is a weird way to talk about like you're a rapist, and then I think Mox just said that, and then have like anime lollies on.
All right, so elephant in the room. Elephant in the room. All right, a lot of people want to act like they're lawyers these days. Okay, they do. What is a civil case? Spoiler alert, guys. I lost a civil case. I did. Hey, I did. And we're gonna talk about. I lost. It's true. We're gonna talk about everything. What is a civil case? So a civil case is essentially this part. And I on my phone, and I'm not going to tweet for 1 week. Yep, because a civil case isn't determined by proof, it's determined by vibes. And usually the way that court cases work for like criminal cases is you need to have proof to prove that someone's guilty, but in a civil case, I needed proof to prove that I'm innocent, which was hard and I'm a bastard. So essentially, the court decided that I'm a vibe rapist. Yeah, and my vibes were fucking terrible. So the thing that I learned is, Tectone, stop fucking tweeting, because my vibes are fucking terrible. And I don't think I've ever been on Twitter and done something.
Stop incriminating yourself. Implicating yourself. Let's see. Hold on just a second. I'm going to slightly modify this title. Cringe. Tectone cringe. Okay, that's probably fine.
I was like, you know what? I'm going to tweet something that's positively going to affect my life. But yeah, the vibes are fucking off. The vibes are off. All right, so I lost the vibe check. It's true. Next up, are you going to jail? Oh my God. Oh, what is that photo even? I have seen so many people on Twitter tell me and inform me that I'm going to jail. Yep, dude, I have seen people on Twitter say with complete certainty that I'm in.
So you don't go to jail from a civil case. It's just not something that we do in America. That said, if someone brings a civil case against you and proves certain things or brings them to light, then you could still be criminally charged for any criminal actions that are revealed or worse, proven in that civil case. So just because civil cases don't, by definition, result in jail time, does not mean that the civil case will not have criminal implications for you. There's I can't name any off the top of my head, but it's a very non-zero amount of like, hey, we're going to go to civil trial, and then during the civil trial, stuff comes out which is criminal that does lead to criminal prosecution down the line for one or more parties. Sometimes even the plaintiff party in the civil trial, you know what I mean? It can go either way. So that double jeopardy protection that exists constitutionally is for criminal prosecution, right? So you can't be criminally prosecuted for the same crime twice, but you can be criminally prosecuted for the first time for a crime that was revealed evidentiarily or suggested, you know, or even just brought to the authorities' attention for the first time in a civil case. So if there has not been an investigation into your rape or, you know, whatever actions happen, if there hasn't been a sufficient investigation enough for you to be charged and indicted, you know what I mean, then you can still be charged and indicted. Like, if you haven't gone, you can't be tried twice. They can still bring you back on the charges. Do you know what I mean? Like, we refiled the charges. Hey, prosecution, these charges aren't going to stand as is. Why don't you go ahead and drop those for now and then refile those charges before we get to an indictment, because you will lose. If you try to push for those, you need different. That's not it's very common. I don't even know if you necessarily need like evidence for that. If the cops don't know to come get you yet, then you can't say it's double jeopardy because you haven't gotten to the double part of the jeopardy. You're still on the first run. I mean, this happens all the time. Where federal authorities will do the same thing. They'll find out that the state police fucked something, and they didn't pursue charges against a guy. Serial killers, this happens to all the time. They don't pursue charges against a serial killer because they don't have enough evidence. But then the federal authorities look into it, and the guy's like, "Well, I was already arrested for this." Like, you were arrested and released because they could hold you for 24 hours, but they couldn't prove anything, so they let you go. That's not double jeopardy. You were just arrested. It sucked. Yeah, that you got arrested, but you just got arrested. You got put in holding. You fucking did it, first and foremost. You're a fucking serial killer. They didn't arrest you lightly. You're a fucking serial killer. But now they're going to bring federal charges against you because the states can't do it the right way. You want to avoid the court system because once the whole situation changes as well. Because if you go and give a testimony in a criminal case, right, and you're on trial, bring him up on the stand and try and interrogate him on the facts of the matter. Okay, did this happen on this day? Plead the fifth. Did that happen on that day? Plead the fifth. Were you ever in this state at this time? Plead the fifth, 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 fifth. Okay, what can that content be used in? Not much, but they could still take you to civil trial and try to get more. If you go the opposite direction and no one's, tried to arraign you on charges or anything yet, and they bring you into a civil trial and you start running your mouth, now you have given sworn testimony that you were there on that day, or that you did know that person, or that you had those color socks on. Which you are thinking if you're at home, like, well, that sounds like bullshit details. Dude, trials hang on bullshit details. People are like, oh, so you own wool socks of this color? Fibers from those wool socks fibers from the crime scene were matched to those wool socks. And we found out that the only people that purchased those socks, which actually have a particularly unique form of dye, did so from the Amazon retailer Shanshu between the days of, this and that. And you happen to have been one of those people. You said that you were wearing those socks. Oh, I guess so. I don't know. Well, there's only one person that owns those kind of socks. I was at that crime scene. And you just gave a sworn affidavit to say that you were at that crime scene at some point. Yes. And then you say you own those socks. Yes. Okay. Well, if there's a shadow of a doubt, it's slim. It's a slim fucking shadow. So just because you went to a civil case and it's done and you're like, well, I'm fucking, they got me, doesn't mean that that's the same as the criminal case. There's no double jeopardy there. You're still in jeopardy. You are very much in jeopardy. You are in danger. Shut the fuck up.
In fact, actually already in jail. Yes, there are people who literally think that I'm going to jail. I want to make this very clear, okay? And I'm going to say this one time, and I'm going to move on. Guys, there was already an 8-month police investigation on me. They found nothing.
That's why Casey Anthony can't be tried again yet, barring new and compelling evidence. You can't be tried for the same case twice, really. So like the way it works though is, I covered this at some point, and I'm not a lawyer, so take this with a grain of salt. I'm gonna stumble through it, but basically, say that the original charges were murder and felony possession of a handgun and one more thing, right? Well, perjury is a charge that can always come back. So say you went to civil court or something down the line was revealed, right? You can't go back on trial for those original charges. However, all of your conduct before, during, and after the trial can still be charged if you haven't gone to trial for that behavior. So concealing evidence, conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to whatever, this, that, and the other, they can rebuild a murder charge while not charging you with murder again, basically. But they can't, because you don't really want this to happen, because otherwise the court system would be bogged down by, Trumpite type fucking asshole prosecutors who are like, all right, we're going to try again on Tuesday. All right, we're going to try again on Thursday. And they keep trying to retry you again and again and again. And sometimes, you know, that's a lot of the times when people are like, oh, I can't believe they dropped the charges against this person. It's like, well, they dropped the charges means that they can try again. If they drop the charges because they think they're going to get more evidence or because they're just about to refile the fucking charges, then it's going to happen, right? They're going to do their best to try to fucking hit you. And if it's the feds, they're going to try to hit you as hard as they can. The crazy thing about a lot of these fucking YouTuber things is what would normally be just fuckboy behavior at the state level is all fucking federal shit because half of it's internet crimes against children style laws, which aren't all against children. The internet, am I fucking that up? The Internet Crimes Against Children Act, I think it is, actually has stipulations for non-children, but just basically establishes that like anything that you do on the internet is still technically federal, even if it's inside the same state sometimes. Because it's a telecommunications thing, the telecommunications wires go everywhere. It's weird. Don't fuck around on the internet. The internet was so Wild West for a while that old people turned it into a fucking into Gutshot Alley. But people just haven't been charged over it yet because no one knows how to quite or if they should bother going after people for it. But it's changing up now.
The case was suspended. I have no criminal charges. I was not convicted of any crime because I didn't fucking do anything.
No.
I'm not going.
No, he wasn't convicted of any crime because he did not. He was not charged with a crime. He went to civil court. He could still be charged with a crime. It might be that he's outside of. He might be outside of with the time limit. Statute of limitations. He might be outside of statute of limitations or something, or in certain cases, the civil law or civil issue might have a lower barrier of evidence. I mean, technically it always does, but even a lower barrier to even just bring it. And so they're like, well, why waste time with the criminal stuff? Or they might have been like, all right, well, I mean, hey, if you prove it in civil, then you can go to other stuff later. Like you're not out of the woods at all.
To jail. No whammies. We're not going to jail. We're not going to jail. I'm not in jail. I'm not a fucking criminal because I didn't fucking do anything. They let you stream from jail? Well, okay, well, if I do go to jail, expect some collabs with Jeffrey Epstein and P. Diddy.
I don't think he's probably supposed to be saying that. Okay, so I would have to look at what he lost. Civil cases, criminal cases are interesting in that kind of once they are done, they are done. You can kind of say whatever the fuck, that's it. It's over. You get punished and then fuck you, fuck off. Kind of, right? As long as you don't say like, well, hey, they didn't find all the gold, something stupid like that. But like a lot of times, almost always, civil court cases have some degree of infraction on your speech, right? Like you can't talk about stuff. You can't mention the person. You can't mention your culpability in a situation. You can't describe yourself as a thing anymore type deal. There's a non-zero chance he might not be allowed to be saying that he didn't do anything. Because he might not be allowed to talk about it. I'm not sure. I'd have to actually look at the court documents. I will say he's stupid enough to make that mistake. It just seems like that. And by his own admission, he suggests that he's a very, very stupid person.
Which apparently I've also done. I'm way worse than them. All right. Great. Not yet, at least. Don't jinx it. I know. Kai Cenat gave me a...
So like you didn't do anything is fundamentally untrue because he did do something and he's civilly liable for it. He did do the thing because he's civilly liable for it. He has just not yet been criminally charged. He could be criminally charged. I don't know why he thinks he can't be. I would not say that. I think I would have let this one die. I don't know why he keeps saying I didn't do anything. Because that's what you say when you're already in jail. Is I didn't do it. I don't know. Never mind.
Great stream idea. We'll do the jail-a-thon. It'll be great. All right, cool. All right. Am I going to jail? No, I'm not a fucking criminal. I didn't get convicted of anything. There was no fucking evidence or proof of me doing anything because I didn't fucking do anything, guys. Okay, my vibes are just fucking terrible and I was horrifically underpaid. Anyways, no, I'm not going to jail. All right, where are your guns? Now, this is some bullshit. I'm not gonna lie. This some bullshit. This some bullshit, bro. Can we talk about that?
Was that an attempt at a black set? What the hell? Where are your guns?
These motherfuckers, they took my fucking guns. What can I do? I believe in America where we have the second fucking amendment. They took my damn guns. Now Mango ain't got nothing to do.
Okay, so so that's usually DV petition. Okay, I covered a lot of DV stuff. In my short now that my life keeps going time as a journalist, I guess you would say. I covered DV court excessively when I was in Charleston, and in most DV issues, which I understand that's what he's involved in. The rape stuff is about his girlfriend, I believe. I'd have to look at the whole court case again, but DV is usually the only way to get your gun seized. Usually the only way outside of criminal theft, and it had to be a whole thing because we do have the Second Amendment, and the courts do not grant it lightly. Usually it's you can't carry him around or something. If they came to his house and seized his guns, he did it. Especially if it's a permanent seizure, that's it. If they seize them for X amount of days and they're keeping them in the county lockup, I mean, that's still bad. That's extremely incriminating. I'm taking this off. I'm not even looking at the court document. I don't have time for it. Maybe I'll fucking hop back on tomorrow or something. I don't know. But that is extremely incriminating. Literally. They don't, the evidence at the civil court was so significant against you that they authorized a full seizure of your arms, which is a subpoena of, and they authorized a direct violation of your Fourth Amendment rights because it was not an unlawful search and seizure. So they conducted a lawful search and seizure of your domicile, your private domicile, based on solely the interpretation of the facts presented at your civil rape case. That's crazy. Well, the government has to be forced to take property from people. It really does. That's the whole point of the civil court process. And it's not easy to do, especially when it's anything around the First and Second Amendment. Those are the two most important. That's what he's saying. He's like, I can't believe it happened. Like, yeah. No, even with what you did, it's crazy. That's nuts. You fucking did it. What the fuck? They don't just do that lightly. They shouldn't just do that to anyone. They don't. That's fucking crazy. So many women, if you see like people talking about DV shit, have complained or have just died because the courts refused to seize small caliber handguns from their husbands. Much less, I mean, he was just showing off with, like, I'm assuming a street legal semi-automatic Vector 9. Like, bro, that's serious. I wouldn't. I mean, I guess you have to because everyone's gonna look at the thing, but I would not admit that. I would not speak on it flippantly. That is crazy.
But to be honest, I don't care. People were
he's in
telling me that
Texas
I had, like,
too?
this huge gun collection. I had like 4. I had, and 2 of them didn't even do anything. I had a Vector and an MP5K, and I bought them because they looked cool because they were from PUBG. And then I had a home defense shotgun and a fucking handgun. They're gone. No guns. Feels bad. Can I still wait, guys? Can I still play Fortnite? Do we have any lawyers in chat? Can I still play Fortnite or no? I don't know. Like, is that allowed?
Okay, so depending, I mean, you should talk to your lawyer. Depending on what they said at your trial, you might not be allowed to play Fortnite. People that have been civilly liable or connected to any sex crimes can be prevented from public communications with women, children, etc., because they're of the gross disposition of their character. You might not be allowed to play video games with people. You should ask your lawyer. You should ask your real lawyer. That's a good question, because there are certain hand downs from courts, especially when it comes to domestic violence and sexual violence, that can limit your ability to interact with people on the internet. Now, they might let you stream or something like this, but anything that where you could surreptitiously interact with a member of the opposite sex or a child, you might be prohibited from engaging in that. Now, I'm not your lawyer, but you should actually check. That's a good question. That's a question you should know the answer for. You shouldn't just say that.
No guns. Okay, all right, we'll do melee only in Fortnite and PUBG. Okay, yeah, we'll become about frying pan names. All right, no more Fortnite, none of that. All right, cool. Let's go to the next one. Oh, I can't play Kafka either. Oh my god. Okay, well, all right, no guns on stream, none. All right, moving on. How does this impact you? guys, I cannot go to jail. Did you know that there's no Genshin Impact in jail? Oh my god, bro, you can't play Genshin Impact in prison, guys. I would not last a day, bro. My Genshin baddies won't be there. You know that's the one thing I will say. How does it impact you? None, to be honest. Nothing about my life changes at all. Genuinely, I have seen so many people telling.
What? Did he just say they took his guns? This hasn't impacted my life at all is a crazy way to follow up just admitting that you forfeited your Second Amendment right. The government legally took away your Second Amendment right in Texas, and Texas is fine with it, is crazy. It's a crazy statement to make. How's this going to affect my life? It hasn't at all. I just have one less right from the Bill of Rights than everybody else does in Texas. What? You lost property and a right. You lost a right. Like, that's not a light thing. I have all my rights. Did you know you have rights? Not you. You lost the second one. That's fucking crazy. Oh my god.
I mean, this guy's life's over. This guy's career's over. This guy's fucked for life.
Oh.
Guys, I live in San Antonio around nobody else. This doesn't change my life at all. It literally does nothing. The biggest change that
Why
this is
do
gonna
you
make
have to,
is that,
you have to register?
and I guess I'll just say it here. WestJet will no longer be using AI tech tone in his videos. Yep.
I don't know what that means.
That's the biggest loss, man. I know. I don't know how anybody is gonna watch that shit ever again. I know. It sucks. That one broke my heart. It really did. It is in fact not a big day for the unemployed. All right. How does it impact you? Like, fuck, it does nothing. Like, it doesn't do anything. It don't. All right, cool. Anyways. Oh my god. Okay. All right. I'm gonna need some music. Oh my god. Okay. Hold up. I need some fucking music for this. Okay. This is fucking too much, guys. Are we good? Are we good if I stop doing this? Are we good with this? Are we cool? Are we cool if we stop? Okay. All right. Anyways, how do you do this? Okay. All right. So, yep. Okay. Yep. We did this. All right. Yep. Let it load. Hold up. Yep. Okay. Yep. All right. Great. Okay. Well, now that my sex life is all out there, it's great. Well, let me rephrase that. Now that my lack of sex life is out there. Yes.
Dude, this is like actual cringe millennial shit. I understand I'm 38 years old. I'm staring down the barrel of death. Okay? Never ask me how old I am. Never ask me that. But this like, oh my god. Fucking dude, that is the most cringe shit. It's sped up. So like in real time, he's taking very long amounts of this stream to just go like, dude, I'm fucking laughing it off. Guys, I'm fucking laughing it off. I'm fucking laughing it off. I'm fucking laughing it off. It's horrible. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Dude. Blah. That shit is gonna fucking. I'm gonna die.
That is true. Now, okay.
Do I want context for this slide, or a bit?
I am a very straight man. But yes, I did find vaginas a little bit icky. Can we be honest that vaginas are weird looking until they have a dick in them? At least. Like, am I crazy? Like, they're
Bro, you're gay. Gay. Pause. What the fuck? Bro, the gayest thing to possibly say is, I don't really like this vagina till there was more dick in it. Can we get some more dick here? What in the fuck is he talking about? Why would you say that? Bro, it's gay. That's gay. That's gay. And not even a judgmental way. That's literally that's definitionally gay. That's gay. That is gay. Straight up. That's what it is. I've never heard that in my life. This is just like what I would. This is like a bit that you would do for a closet case. Oh yeah, man. Anybody just notice that like vagina is not good to look at? Like, no, I'm into it. What the fuck are you talking about? No. It's kind of my thing. No, I like that. What do you mean? What do you mean? Bro, I don't even like seeing a vagina unless there's a dick involved. Oh my God, I can't even. I'm so froze. I had no idea this was going this way. I was just going to make fun of him for law takes. I wanted to hear about the schizophrenia. What in the fuck? What? I can't. What? Okay, I just got hit play.
Like, am I nuts here? Like, bro, no, dude, I don't know, man. Like, if some woman were to send me like a pussy pic, like, what the fuck am I gonna do with that? I don't know. Maybe I'm gay. I don't know. I don't think I'm gay. I'm probably not gay. I could be gay.
If a girl sends me a picture of her vagina, I throw away. No. Oh, God. What am I to do with this? I throw away. I love the world's two smallest brain gears squealing, smoke burning out of his ears for him to figure out how to articulate a way to say that not being into vagina isn't gay. As a guy. Mac from Always Sunny has statement, dude. That's fuck.
Yes, vaginas made me go ew, icky for a while. How do I even answer this? How the fuck do I even answer this?
You don't.
Yeah, vaginas are weird, guys. Who's the criminal in the photos? I have no idea who this guy is. Listen, guys, I had experienced some sexual trauma when I was younger that made vaginas weird. Okay, yes, vaginas are weird to me. Okay, moving forward. The micro penis alligator. Okay, this music is way too serious. Can I get something better? Hold up. I need this music.
What in the fuck is in these? Bro is getting hit harder than Epstein's friends. I'm so glad I went into this without reading the court documents because this is not even a roller coaster. This is a skydive through multiple skies. I'm in fucking Shad Brooks's Everfall, just eternally repeating to the top of what in the... I don't like vagina. Micro penis allegations. I love that it's an allegation. Like, what the fuck? Your alleged penis. Snooping as usual, I see.
You fucking serious for this shit. Where the fuck is it?
Oh my God.
Here we go. Here we go. Much better. Okay, this is great. Okay. All right, we're back. Okay, great. So, the micro penis allegations.
I know he's doing this to try to fucking get everybody on revenue sharing or whatever. I don't even fucking care. What in the fuck are you?
This is how I go out, huh? This is my last stream. Tectone gets to talk about his baby dick on stream. This is good. This is good. Whip it out. There ain't much to whip out, brother. All right. Okay.
Ew, what the hell was that? Oh, that's his cord. I thought he just drooled a lot.
All right. Okay.
Man, my man has no neck. This dude that fucking beard is hiding a pencil neck. God damn. Gah.
Now, I've thought about this, and we're going to have to figure this out. For some reason now, the internet must know, do I have a micro penis or not? I've thought about a couple options. Number one, I was thinking about just posting a photo of my penis on Twitter. Probably not the greatest idea.
Yeah. I got nothing to say. I'm along for the ride. What?
Didn't seem like it worked. Worked really well for Drake. Worked really well for Speed. For me, don't think it'll work because I'm not full black. I'm only 22% black. Then I also thought about shoving my, this was real. I thought about getting hard on stream, turning around, shoving my dick in a peanut butter can or a jar, and then showing you guys how deep the hole is. But I feel like that's also just a little bit weird. I don't know how to clear up the micro penis allegations, guys. I don't know what to do. I could call. What do you want me to do? Like, make a mold? Because you can call Shinya? I don't think Shinya has seen my penis. I don't think the problem is it's so small it's hard to see. Call Dr. K? Like, okay, can we at least acknowledge one thing? If I were to have a micro penis, right? Nothing else that's been going on with me makes any sense. Okay? Nothing else makes sense.
Is this guy just right-wing Hutch? Dude, somebody please make it's the same picture meme but with Hutch and Tectone, because this is just I'm having a fucking flashback. Near political fucking illiteracy, bald, weird dick comments for too long. I'm saying you just you clearly have one. I can't have people not notice if I walked around in sweatpants is how I would stand up in sweatpants. And then you would be, okay, well, there he goes. That's what it would take from my end. I don't think I would need to go through an elaborate peanut butter ruse. I don't know if I don't have a big enough peanut butter jar. What the fuck?
Okay, because all I'm saying is, Mizkif continues to say that I have a micro penis, but then Mizkif also continues to say that I made people get gag reflex surgery. Why the fuck would anybody need that if I have a micro penis? Like, can we just think? No.
From fucking the gagging, I guess. I don't know.
Nothing makes sense. Nothing about any of this makes sense. Like, can we just fucking think? Jesus. All right. Okay. All right. We're back.
As far as the back of a mouth,
let's
anyway.
keep going here. Here we go. Next one. All right. Okay. Let's leave it up to chat, guys. Type 1 if you think I have a micro penis. Type 2 if you don't. Let's see.
It's like 3 inches, right, to the back of a. How deep is a throat? Oh, far back. Yeah, 3 inches. Okay, there you go. It's about 3 inches. Why would I need somebody to get gag surgery if I can reach almost 3 inches to the back of the throat? He said it could be smaller. It's crazy. If it's 3 inches hard, how fucking small is it when it's soft? It must look like a fucking Was like a Hershey kiss.
I'll
Oh
leave it
my
to, like, the rest of
God.
my life, the court of public opinion. Do you think I'm Micro Michael? Why is there so many?
Bro, they're lucky he took his guns, because I think any normal person would have just killed themselves by now. I don't know how to say that any other nicer way. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Ones. Why is there so many ones? Make a poll? Nah, my viewbots can't vote on polls, so there's no reason. All right. Okay, here we go. All right, micro penis allegations. Good, done. Next. Mizkiff continues to say that I have 5 fucking lawyers. Okay? Dude. This motherfucker Mizkiff got his homie Axion to follow me to court and then take a photo of me leaving the trial just so he could have content for the day. Which reminds me, and this is some real shit, if you think that's the weirdest thing that Miz has ever done, hire a guy to follow me to court to take a photo of me walking out with, by the way, you can see from that photo that I have one lawyer, Joffrey, and the other one is one of his friends, and then it was the chick who writes the notes. That's everybody. I had one lawyer, guys, relax. And then I had my Jew lawyer, but he wasn't involved. That's...
It's 4 people. So you have a lawyer and a paralegal? Okay. Which is... Mizkiff hired a photographer. He got fucking...
Probably, you would think that's like the most weird thing, right? You would think that's the weirdest thing. But you know what's even weirder? If you think that's like the weirdest thing Miz has ever done for content, wouldn't it be even weirder if Miz drove to see how Wreckful killed himself? That way he could farm his death for views too?
Is that... I don't know what that means.
Wouldn't that just be weird as shit? I don't know. That's just what I heard, man. Little weird. The guy, in case you can't tell, is a little bit fucked up. You know, hey, that's just what I heard. Allegedly. That's just what I heard. Allegedly. Bro was mad because Wreckful had a crush on his girl, so he had to go farm his death for views. Little bit insane, but I don't know. That's just what I heard. I don't know, man. That's just what I heard.
Okay. He's not mad. He's having a good time.
All right, cool. Demon time. All right,
Agent Zero's watching this
NDA
right now.
crime.
Shout out Agent Zero.
All right, guys. So a bunch of people on the internet have also told me, for some reason, that I've NDA'd someone because I don't want them to speak about a crime. Why don't we fact check that? Why don't we go ahead and fact check that? Can you NDA a crime?
What?
All right. So we're gonna go right here. Can you NDA a crime? No. Non-disclosure agreements, NDAs, generally cannot legally cover up crimes or prevent reporting them.
Okay, I'm going to cut him off right there. That doesn't mean that you can't try to NDA them. People don't know that very often, which is one of the reasons you're looking it up, because probably people have it. This is not even good duplicity. People do try to NDA people from admitting or from basically informing on crimes all the time. All the time. It's actually a constant issue. It's one of the reasons that NDAs are basically fucking completely unenforceable at this point. What you do is you have people sign an NDA that says, I won't admit to, or I won't talk about any of these things under penalty of yada, yada, yada. It doesn't mean that that's NDA is enforceable. Whether the NDA is enforceable or not has nothing to do with whether or not you signed or forced somebody into signing an unenforceable NDA in order to scare them through the possibility of an illicit and completely, you would not win and you would maybe go to jail trial over trying to push them, you make them sign a document that scares them from talking to the cops, basically. That is a very common thing. It happens all the time. It used to happen a lot more, and it used to be legal to do for a little bit until the legal system caught up and went, no, wait, what the fuck? Absolutely not. And you'll phrase it in ways that aren't necessarily like, hey, you won't ever commit, you won't ever, like, I don't know, narc on me, you know what I mean, in like explicit terms. It's stuff like, you won't say any of these things that happen while you're at work. You won't talk about any work type, yada 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 yada, and then you do illegal stuff, and then you say that illegal stuff is held under the NDA, or you say that, like, hey, during this weekend, right, we're all going to a weekend, we're signing this NDA. Hey, dude, you signed the NDA, and you know that, like, you have to go to court if you say anything about what you saw here. And people don't know that it's unenforceable. Just because NDAs aren't enforceable, especially if they're about a fucking criminal activity, doesn't mean that people don't try to get them to sign it in order to use the threat of a lawsuit in order to control somebody's behavior. That's fundamental day one stuff. That's a crazy way to try to talk around it, because it's not evidence that you didn't do it at all. As a matter of fact, the way that you're describing it suggests that somebody explained that your NDA is not enforceable and you're pissed about it.
We're going to look at something else. Speak Out Act. Let's look this up. Speak Out Act, signed into law on December 7th, 2022, invalidates pre-dispute, non-disclosure NDAs and non-disparagement clauses regarding sexual harassment or sexual assault. Guys, you quite literally cannot do that. So, to all these internet lawyers who tell me that I've NDA'd a crime, that is quite literally impossible. You cannot do that. You've never been able to do that. Not proven at all. Ew. Not proven at all. That is not evidence to your behavior. That is not even a valuable statement in response. Somebody in chat said, actually crime is illegal type point. Yes. No, I never, I wouldn't, I couldn't have stolen from this store. Theft is illegal. What? Okay. Literally impossible. You cannot do that. You've never been able to do that, and nor have I done that. So, hope that makes sense. All right.
Take that off until that's over with.
Okay. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Anything for views. Anything for views.
Is that his fucking actual body? Because that's disgusting.
I think I could have used a much smaller black bar, considering the micro penis. So, I'm being told that I'm a grifter, right? Because I'm being told that I said, I'll do anything for content, and when I lose a chunk of my audience, I want to go find a new one. Oh, and I exaggerate the things that I say. Guys.
True.
Everybody does this. Legit. Everybody does this. When you're a content creator, and you want to be a content creator, when an audience of yours dies, you're going to want to find a new audience. Because if you don't, you end up like Mr. Pokey. When you're a content creator and you alienate a section of your audience or you lose a big section of your audience, if you only do one thing forever, your channel's gonna fucking die. So yes, I started with Skylanders, I go into Arknights, I go into Genshin, I go into Honkai, I go into Wuthering Waves, I go into general commentary, I go into reacts, I go into politics. Absolutely. And do I say things exaggerated that maybe I don't mean as much? Absolutely, bro. But yeah, you're some shit that cool. Yeah, no, that's true. I would be in Discord with my mods or like shout. Idiot. I love it, yeah.
P. Diddy of Gotcha.
This one's true. All right, cool. Next. Okay. Lakari. Yeah. Big black elephant in the room. Apparently Lakari had a little bit of notepad leak. Apparently there's a little bit of leak. I still don't really know the full extent of whatever the fuck went on with this. Straight up. I don't know what the fuck happened with all this. I've heard multiple different stories here. I've heard multiple different stories. I heard one. This was the first story I heard. This was the story that I heard on day one. The story that I heard on.
Okay, I want schizophrenia.
Did anybody good? I would help. Now investigate rough at all of it, and they said sure. Cool. Suspended. Let's talk about the right-wing grifting allegations. True.
Yes. Okay. We're done.
And the fact narrated this. Talk just as hard. I'm fuck. I'm good. And then you see the peaceful private property and then the body. Oh, many topic response. And Harrison from defunct. Says given a for how much it's ever going to do. That might. Yes, guys. I think like this to make the nice. I'm always saying it is. Good chat. From listen a bit, but no, as long as and I realize to it. All right. And people debater try to still and drink to. I watch. I don't have a. I don't like 20 live. We should like. And so yeah, I've become pretty anti.
faked being
Listen,
homeless.
like, what is that? I don't know. What do you want me to do? I don't know that. What is that? I believe that was when
Hi, but
I had to talk about my divorce. Or maybe it was Rich Campbell. Who knows?
hello, Big Steve.
Oh, speaking of which, I heard Rich Campbell's back, and I heard he's doing a podcast with Aslan. Go support that shit. Good for them. All right, cool. Let's keep going.
Oh, no,
You
I
view
thought
bot.
I thought you were in the headline. People at home can't see you.
Don't stream on Kick, they said. You lose all of your viewers. Meanwhile, averaging 3.7 million. That's why I'm the GOAT. Totally legit viewer count, guys. Guys. You're goddamn right. Yep. You're goddamn right. Hey. Do you know how annoyed I was? And I'm not going to say any names. There was an OTK intervention where there was a member who was supposedly view-botting 10 to 14,000 viewers extra. And I was like,
Small dog.
what the fuck? Hey, bro, there was motherfuckers going live on stream saying, yeah, view-bot, hold up, I gotta send an extra 2,000. Have I dabbled in it? You're goddamn right. I absolutely tried it. Hey, it is what it is. I don't do that shit anymore, but it is what it is. Yo, chat, that one for view-bot. All right, cool. Let's get into it. All right, next one. You're a racist. All right. Now, I would like to say, I would like to preface this with, I'm not a racist. I am just a firm believer in statistics. Okay? There's a very huge difference. But I believe the concept of per capita.
Transphobic. You abuse your colleagues. Where is schizophrenia?
Not denying it. It's a fucking anime character.
What?
I didn't know how to explain what has changed for me over the last. Jews put out a Google. I get it. Yeah. Same passion for content that kept me constantly creating, obsessing over what would come next. Content creation has always been very. I'm even reading it in like a sad voice. Passion based that motivation. We're been seeing us in a world without. I'm excited to.
Okay. Well, I guess that's it. Fucking scattered ass videos all the fuck over the place. And I cannot get it to load fast enough to see the little individual parts. Oh, there we go. You're a rapist.
Can we open our minds for 2 seconds? Like, for 2 seconds. All right, next up. I groomed my audience. All right. Now,
Give me PTSD. Okay. Using this to scan, I still don't see. Miskiff. What's next?
women watching, right? Maybe. I don't know. We're back to full-time content creation. I will be going live every day at 9 a.m. CST. We're not going anywhere. We will be streaming live every day at 9 a.m. CST on YouTube. There will be a discussion on bringing in Twitch and Kick later.
Okay, I don't care. We're done. Report this man's streams. Oh my god. Okay, well that was something. I hope Agent Zero, if you ended up watching today. I hope you had a good set if you're just skimming through now. Okay. This is one of the streams we're like, what do we have today? Is this a good stream? You guys like this one? A little rarity. FBI visited my house. That was neat. Talked about Tectone. Why? We discussed Markiplier's bad movie that just does not look like it could even remotely be good. I sang a song about the federal authorities. Oh man, I hope you guys had a good time. I'm getting hungry. I gotta get out of here. I guess tomorrow I'm getting my fucking cabinets installed. Yes! So I can have my kitchen back and I can make my eggy sandwiches. Fucking need my eggy sandwiches. God damn. Still gotta get fucking countertops. God damn it. It's gonna take like fucking 2 weeks, but I'm not gonna have a bunch of people here while it's happening, and I can eat my own food in my own home. I can do dishes again. Jesus Christ, I've been living off fucking napkins and plastic fucking cups for like a fucking month. God damn. Miserable. But that's gonna be done, and then I'm gonna fucking get back to it. I'm trying to get this Venezuela video out. I just keep getting fucking distracted by everything on Earth. Don't know if I'll be recording it tonight. I kind of really hope I will. I might. I don't know. I just have a little bit more of recording to do. And hopefully I say the problem right now is just my voice has sounded like shit. I think this is the best it's sounded in weeks. But I mean, you guys have seen me. I can't stop. I can't fucking talk for more than like 10 or 15 minutes without having to clear my throat. Thank you everybody for resubscribing. By the way, oh yes, before I go, let me make sure I got these super chats. I got some supers earlier. I think I read them, but I can never actually remember if I have or not, so I just always got to go back through. Okay. They're like, oh, you got visited by the feds today. How was that? I wonder how many people are going to talk about it and be like, deserved. It's a shame he wasn't arrested for his crimes against me. See, welcome. Where the fuck? There we go. Erexarchia. VOD Gang, Total Day 1, welcome to VOD Gang. Moon, Gifted Plan 10, VOD Gang. Yes, thank you, Moon, for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you, Any Profit, for another 10 gifted subs. You guys are crazy. Neutral Chaotic, Super Chatted, $4.99. Message Civics Poggers, thank you very much, Neutral. Sam Beldam, Super Chatted, £5 sterling. Sorry if you've answered this before, but if money wasn't an issue, what would be your dream project to work on? I will come back to that in just a second. An Infernum, VOD Gang, thank you for the 23 months resubscribe. Thanks for the stream, Tyler. Thank you. Rob Ford, 20 total resubscribe. The king still stands. If money wasn't an issue, what would my project be? Money's not an issue, I think that's why that's a good question. I don't think money is an issue. I think I have enough money to do most of the stuff I want to do because I can think around money, right? The only thing money would change is just who I can get as part of the project type deal. You know what I mean? Who can I get? How much can I expand it? It's probably better for a person that is at my size to not have a lot of money. If I could just do any specific project and I had all the cash to work on it and I could do whatever, I would probably make a video game I've been dreaming about for fucking forever, which is like a top-down, isometric, very slow-paced horror shooter I call Pillory in my mind. I think that's what I would work on. That's what I would pay other people to do. But right now, like, I'm poor as far as creatives go, or as far as producers go. I have like next to no assets, but like most of the things that I want to do it's time related. I think I have most of the cash I need for it, or I can beg, borrow, and steal. You know what I mean? I got like a spare $5,000 from the stream and stuff. With that and more additional income, I can do a lot of stuff. I can do a lot with it. Dude, sometimes these productions, it's like 15 million. Like, what the fuck where did that go? Did you guys just pay like a lawyer to go like burn some of that cash on the side of the ocean? What the fuck? His Jew lawyer. Yeah, Tectone's a racist to stay relevant. As soon as they unsubscribed, had him on and treated him like a brother. I fucking don't know. He looks like Tom Segura dyed his beard, but I think Tectone is only 30. Tectone and Disrespect will go right leaning. Oh yeah. I haven't seen anything from Dr. Disrespect in a while. Great stream by Tyler. Thank you, Master Blaster. Awesome stream. Thank you guys. VOD Gang did it. Egg sandwiches are based. God, dude, fucking egg sandwich. I miss it so bad. I have a very specific one. I'll make one for you guys at some point. Rob Ford resub. Pulling in Innuendo Studios. Yeah. Giant fighting robot. Yes, murder machine. Murder machine. What are you guys fucking talking about? Trump's NDAs have this exact clause, if I recall specifically. Or probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, guys. You've been watching Westside Tyler live. And I've been Westside Tyler Bell. Fucking FBI of Lexington's new favorite streamer. Thank you, Agent Zero out there, wherever you may be, for popping by and giving me the motivation to come chat on stream instead of filming 20 minutes worth of stand-up so that I can do a video I've been promising and would have been more relevant 3 weeks ago. Guys, I hope you had a good time. I had a good time. Good stream. If you like the stream, shout it out, share it, whatever the fuck. Hit like, hit subscribe. I don't know when I'll be back next. Might be tomorrow, might be 10 years from now. With all that said, I have been Westside Tyler. You guys have been great. This has been Westside Tyler Live, and until next time, as always, stay safe out there. Pow.